To call to order the meeting of the Southampton Select Board for September 27th, 2022. Could we stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Greetings, everyone. We have a little mini crowd tonight. That's good. All right. Do we have open time for the public? Anybody here for something that is not on the agenda that has a word to say? If not, hearing none, we will move on. We don't have any public hearings tonight, and we have the main presentation, which is the Public Safety Building Committee presentation of its RFQ, and I gather this will be a joint meeting, so if you have a quorum, you want to call it to order, Sarah?
We actually met upstairs at 5:30 and called to order there, and we haven't adjourned
Okay,
yet.
would you come up to the mic? Yeah, thanks. Just introduce yourself and say that all again.
Sarah Stein, 9 Cold Spring Road, Chair of the Public Safety Building Committee. We did call our meeting to order at 5:30. We met briefly upstairs just to touch base before we met here. I do have this electronically if you'd like me to pull it up, or I believe there's hard copies, whichever's.
We just got the hard copies, so it may be easier given that we've got other people here if we can hook you up. I don't know.
Okay.
We just got to put in the coordinates there. Got to connect to the room Wi-Fi, so.
Wi-Fi, and then
right.
it'll be right there? Oh, it's,
Yeah,
okay.
right here. That should be the main thing. It'd be easier for people.
So,
Yeah,
connect to Southampton.
yeah, the 5G.
Oh,
Then once you've done that, open your browser.
okay. And then type the room name in?
Yes. Well, not the room name, the actual, yeah, the room name. Yeah, let's get the two next time.
Whatever it says up there.
The IP address, actually. Just, I think, down here. And join through browser. Then put in that room code. Click on the green, and then it's entire screen. Should be a code up here. On the green. Then click on entire screen. Share.
It has cancel as the highlighted one, isn't that
Yeah.
funny? I wonder
And
if
if only, if share from the entire screen,
There
go
we
to
go.
Windows. And here it comes.
it says sharing a window, but
You know what? The room code has changed.
Okay, why don't we just do it without it? We can just follow along in the written copy. That's fine, because we won't.
okay.
What we ought to do in the future maybe is just jump into that television mode, Ed, and use that other screen. Might be easier than connecting here. Why don't we just do it off the paper, Sarah? Go
Okay.
ahead. We can follow,
Give her 30 seconds. That's fine.
well, if it's that close.
Windows. Share.
Oh,
There you
Ah,
go.
all right,
well, okay.
Thank you.
no problem.
Perseverance.
Okay, all right, so,
All right,
Sarah,
so,
go for it. It's all yours.
so this is an RFQ for a feasibility study. So what it is it's a request for qualifications for a feasibility study. So we're looking for firms to give us a proposal to put together a feasibility study for a public safety complex. So that's kind of what we're putting out here to look for firms to come back with. The dates, we've plugged in what kind of we're targeting, but these will be set, finalized by Ed once we get this out here, hopefully in the next week.
Can you make that a one-pager so that it's not
Can we go like that?
Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
So do you want me to go ahead and read through every line? Do you want me to just hit some of the,
No, we'll be here till midnight.
Right.
No, I think just the highlights
Okay.
of the kinds of features and things that you're putting in there. Just summarize some of these things.
okay, so sounds
The
good.
requirements and things like that.
Introduction is pretty simple. The designer, who we're referring to in here, is the architectural or engineering firm chosen to perform the work of the feasibility study. It's, a selection of a designer to conduct a feasibility study for the construction of a new public safety complex in town. Submission instructions, these are pretty standard. These actually came almost straight from the senior center feasibility study. Select board is the awarding authority.
Or the maximum amount here you put in was what, 75?
75, and that is what we applied for ARPA funds, which were
Okay.
granted. And we're targeting, just to go back to that, we are targeting the feasibility study to be completed by April 3rd with the hope to get this on the agenda for town meeting in the spring in terms of having a public safety complex by May. If we have the feasibility study, which will include a budget completed by April 3rd. That's what we're moving towards right now. Submission requirements. This is what we're looking for, at a bare minimum to submit. The designer, which is either an architectural or engineering firm, needs to have. They must have been in business for 10 years, Massachusetts registered architect or engineer, with 10 years experience in public safety building complex, either a building or a complex design and construction, and experience with at least 5 public safety building or complex feasibility studies or design projects within the last 15 years. A lot of these things that they have to submit are pretty standard, insurance and such, confirmation they haven't filed for bankruptcy. Again, a lot of these standard things came from the senior center RFQ.
Just a quick question on the one on the acknowledgement that it has sufficient resources. Does that mean you want them to upfront it all and then get paid later, or what does that mean?
That means staffing was what we intended there, that they are available, and maybe we need to clarify that, but acknowledgement they have sufficient resources to complete the study by April 3rd. The way I read was intending that was personnel that they can complete, that schedule.
Okay.
Because it's somewhat aggressive, timeline wise. So that's really more where that came from.
Gotcha.
We have a procurement schedule in here, these dates, some of which are otherwise. Ed will, determine when the RFQ is available based on when it can be posted, and then the qualifications will be due 1 month after that. So some of these earlier dates may shift. We're hoping only a couple days, but. And then interviews if deemed to be necessary with the selected firms, 2 or 3 potentially, and then our committee will submit a recommendation to the select board. With the hope then, if we submit a recommendation by early December, a week and a half later or so, the contract could be executed. Background and existing conditions here. We speak to the fact that 2 town-owned properties and multiple privately owned properties have been evaluated and selected by the Public Safety Building Committee and approved by the Select Board for evaluation for a public safety complex. We speak to who the committee is composed of. We do have a sentence in here just stating that a previous feasibility study for a public safety complex was completed in 2015 and did not move forward at that time, and that this study is available on the Town of Southampton webpage for reference. So that's just partially to bring everyone to somewhat of an even playing field if some firms know about that and some don't. So the way we broke down the scope of work was into tasks. So I'll run through those now. The first task is a space needs assessment. So this is meeting with the emergency department heads and the committee and going through what they would recommend is needed for space for this facility, given the population of the town and growth projections for the town. We'd be looking for them to prepare a report summarizing space needs of all the emergency departments, including all the functions and all the needs for square footage for vehicles, apparatus, personnel, visitors, and other. We have removed any language speaking to community space within the public safety complex. That was something that had been included at one point, but we're looking at these more truly as just the fire department and police department needs.
And communications.
And communications. So after site assessment, or after space needs assessment, the next step would be site evaluation. So we've included up to 5 properties. This is the 2 town-owned properties, and 3 privately owned properties, the 3 who've engaged at this point. So what we're looking for is a preliminary site evaluation of these 3 properties, or of these 5 properties. That will then be presented, a written report confirming the adequacy of the sites considered, and a site analysis matrix will be created. So our intention is after this, after task 1 and 2 are completed, we would bring that information back to the select board and go down to 1 property. The hope would be, we're not going to do a schematic design for multiple properties. So after the site evaluation is completed, we'd bring that, we as a committee would meet and take that information and then present it to the select board, and hopefully 1 property comes to the front. So that's kind of states that here. Task 3 is a schematic design plan. After task 2 is completed, the Public Safety Building Committee and the Select Board will narrow site selection to 1 property. And then task 3 will include the development of a preliminary design drawings. Focus on site plan, building plans fitted to the proposed site, furnishing plans, exterior elevations, and a preliminary building system. Sorry, I need to grab my water. Task 4 is total project cost estimate, as well as a preliminary construction schedule. Task 5 is projected operating costs. And then task 6 we added is options for green design. We're not looking for these elements, potential green energy, on-site stormwater, potentially solar, things like that. We're not looking for those to be included in the base budget, but we would like to be given a list to be treated kind of as a shopping list, alternatives to have that information. And then task 7 is an evaluation of existing facilities in comparison to other communities.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
What's the point of task 7?
The point of task 7 is the intent is to demonstrate the need for a new facility and educate the public on current conditions. That's, we added that last sentence. So the final task 8, just to jump to that, is about presentations and reports. And so task 7 would be incorporated into that final report and presentations to the town, just to educate people about the need, really. So task 8 is the comprehensive final report and presentations. We ask for 3 presentations, including town meeting. And then the consultant should also anticipate attending 5 meetings with the committee and/or the public. So that's kind of I'm going to keep going. There's more to this in terms of qualifications, but any thoughts on, any questions on the tasks?
I just have a question for the other select board members, actually, because the thing that's different about this from the other senior center one is this RFQ asks the firm to come down to 1 site. And I'm trying to think of the sequence of select board approval, town meeting vote, if it involves, for example, accepting a donation or sale of another property. So we're going to move ahead with the feasibility study on 1 site without knowing where the vote would land. You said come to the select board, but I guess this might be a question for Ed. Are there any concerns that you might have about the feasibility study moving forward with 1 site and up to 3 schematic designs on 1 particular site? Or is it better or safer to say 1 town-owned, 1 private? Are you concerned about the timing of this relative to the town going forward on 1 particular site and then the town not supporting that?
Well, let's just say it's tight to get it to the May town meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, so, yeah, a little bit concerned about that. I mean, if there's a definite clear winner as far as the site goes, I'm in full support of moving forward with 1 rather than having multiples and make it confusing.
Okay.
Okay. Can I ask a question regarding that? So if you just, if it's a town property that's selected, then there's really no issue. But if it's a private owner property, will there be simultaneous negotiations going on to make sure that the site that they selected is still available for us to purchase?
Yeah, I think there will need to be, and that's
Along
something.
what she said, a little
What?
bit. It's along the same lines as Rini, but trying to figure out how do we get there in this shorter time.
Yeah, that's something we were actually just talking about just before this, is, how with the senior center, potential, new senior center and potential new public safety complex, and in particular, when it comes to these properties, how the coordination will have to work with that. And I think it's something that still needs to be finalized and ironed out, to be honest. What this firm would be responsible for is providing a recommendation exclusive of price. They wouldn't be taking that necessarily into account. They would provide a matrix of pluses and minuses of the sites based on location, the site, topography, things like that. And then I think we'd be looking at the select board for more direction on what the price of the land would be and how that factors into it.
Okay, I just want to make sure that people were okay with, part two of the feasibility study would be focused on one site before town meeting approval for that particular site being considered.
Right, that's what we have here. We had at one point discussed having 2 schematic designs for 2 different sites, but we felt that that was potentially wasted effort. So that's another option, is to go from 5 to 2 and then have 2 schematic designs done. And some of that work would be reutilized for the 2 different sites, but some is individual to the site. And maybe it's hard to answer this question until we have phase 1 done, because when we have, phase 1 done, maybe there's going to be a town-owned and a privately owned that are on par, and maybe, like when you said, one will rise to the top very clearly. So I don't know. The intent with this was that, and maybe we need to make this more clear, that after task 1 and 2, there's some degree of a pause. The firm isn't to go on to task 3 until, they get direction from the Public Safety Building Committee and in conjunction with the select board regarding the results of tasks 1 and 2, particularly task 2. So we could give ourselves more options in here, but it gets a little more challenging with negotiating price based on how many sites they're going to have to do designs for. If you're looking at a site that needs a retaining wall, there's things that have to be considered relatively early with different selected properties.
Mm-hmm. And with your timeline, Sarah, you've got the idea of executing the contract by somewhere in December, and then the work really begins, right, in January. So steps 1 and 2, I'm wondering if in the actual contract, then you'll have that laid out as timelines within the contract for each of these different tasks that you've laid out?
Yes, and maybe that's something worth adding to the RFQ, or maybe it would be something in negotiations with the selected designer. But, of the 3 or so months, about 3 months, they have to do all of these tasks. Is it 1 month for task 1 and 2, and then 2 months for the following tasks? I suppose that's something, if they submit and say they can do all of this in 3 months, we could then ask them what their intention was in terms of, there's obviously some time needed between task 2 and 3, whether it's a week, 2 weeks. I would hope it's not too long, but the timeline's aggressive, in particular based on the current land situation. But part of that is we're hoping to stay on track with the senior center.
Mm. And I guess and it may not make a difference. I'm just trying to think of, if you're already into February, for example, when the site visit is going to take place or something. It's like land in the wintertime may look very different than land at other times of the year. And I don't know, there might be some considerations that they, may not necessarily think of or see at that point in time. I don't know, I guess I would caution you about locking yourselves in I know time is an issue, but I wouldn't lock yourselves in so tight with language that you're not allowing some flexibility if they can't get out there to do that at that time or something. I'm not sure how to really word that, but that could possibly be an issue. And I think the other thing that it seems to me is different from the other one we looked at, the senior center one, is that you all haven't really defined how much or what kind of things you want as features, the minimum features that have to be there, right? Like, I don't know, a changing room, a dormitory, I don't know what, but anything like that. Has that been at least talked about, but you've chosen not to put it in the RFQ?
We haven't, we've talked about that, whether or not to include those items in the RFQ, but because, a public safety center has maybe more general requirements than a senior center, we were looking for recommendations. And that would be the initial meeting, is they would sit down with the chiefs in particular and see what they're looking for and, have a conversation with the chiefs largely, as well as the committee, for
It
what
is
they're
spelled
looking
out,
for.
and what she just said is also spelled out in here, that one of the tasks would be to sit down and go over that list.
Right,
So whereas a senior center may have come up with some suggestions for one room for this, one room for this, definitely this, I think the decision is going to be collaboratively with a firm doing the senior feasibility study.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
See, it's over there.
yeah, so that's just saying, in consultation with all emergency department heads, conduct an independent analysis of the current and future space needs of the public safety agencies, including those that may be shared, such as the Emergency Operations Center.
Okay. Anybody else, questions, thoughts?
I just wasn't sure because the whole feasibility parts beyond part 2 zeros on one site. And I just want to make sure this, and it's different from the senior center, which basically said, here are the 5 sites, put them, evaluate them all on these criteria, and then I guess the select board and senior center will come up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is like, do that first, identify one place, and then do the study on the rest of it. I just want to make sure people were aware of that's a difference if it mattered.
Right, so I guess just a question, with the senior center, when they're going to do a schematic design for each property? Is that the intent?
I think they talked about like doing just a bubble design.
Just more of a floor
Just sort of
plan,
like
like-
it could go here or here or here, and it's going to be clear that this might be more wetlands or this might be more whatever, but I think what they said is we could probably eliminate a couple of the sites pretty quickly, and so then they're zeroing into a smaller number.
Yeah, I guess the only thing I'd say is I think a public safety complex will have a little more site work involved and a little less flexibility with site work than a senior center, just because of, if we hopefully have a drive-through fire station, like things like that just require,
Yeah.
it's not just a parking lot in front of a building in terms of the site work.
Right.
I'm just trying to think too about what the townspeople would want to see. And there's a part of me that thinks that we should have them kind of not limited to one, but just propose 1 or 2 sites that would be the best sites for this. So that people, because, people don't want land taking out of the tax rolls. So if it's town-owned land, that will be the big difference there. And so if there was 2 sites that, up to 2 sites. But I just wanted to make sure that other people up here were aware that that was a difference between the 2 and if it mattered.
So, Chris?
Yeah.
So I'm okay if they're going to come back with one, because ultimately we have to agree to it or not before they move on to the next stage. But I guess where my concerns come from is when they get to task 3 there, right above where you are, where they're going to meet with everybody?
So that's, the space needs assessment is
Space
actually
needs.
task 1,
So, but in consulting with all emergency department heads, which includes the police chief, fire chief, ambulance service director, and emergency management, that's 2 people hold those 4 jobs,
correct.
right? So 2 people. And the committee, who are the non-emergency department heads, right? So I guess when that list comes out, as I've said before publicly in meetings, I'm all in favor of, in essence, the 2 chiefs saying, here's everything in the world that we want. But my question is, what's required? And then what are nice to haves in a priority setting? Because I think it's going to come down to, especially if these 2 projects move ahead simultaneously, there's limited money. So what do we need to meet the minimum requirements? And then how far up do we go to the Taj Mahal, right? And then my second feedback is if a non-town-owned property is selected, what are we going to do with the 2 buildings that are town-owned that are now going to become vacant?
That is a good question that we have.
I think just for feedback, as a taxpayer, I'm going to want to know the answer to that question before I cast a ballot. So I think the general public's going to want to know that answer.
That's a good question. Based on what we're doing right now, I guess my question is, do you want an analysis and recommendations from a design firm of uses for that building? We start to get kind of off topic at that point. We're piling on to this design firm what they can do for $75,000 in 3 months.
Yeah.
It's probably a bit much to ask right now. It's a valid question, but I don't know that we could ask that, to be included in what they're looking at.
Or what's the, again, the bare bones,
Yeah,
Yeah,
set aside historic purposes, which I know is a sensitive subject here. Based on the two buildings, I mean, we're investing money in the town hall right now, and they're right another $150,000, $125,000. We haven't invested any money in the fire station. So if we vacate that space, is it safe to say we just need to demo it? What's the cost of the demo?
yeah.
Just as a baseline, not
Yeah.
to say we're gonna do it.
yeah.
But that, to me, that becomes part of this project going forward.
The Historical Commission did say that they will not be opposed or be against it being demolished.
The fire
But-
station.
But
Fire
not,
station.
not the police station.
Not the police station, only the fire station.
Right, but again, I go back to the voters, okay, so you're not gonna oppose it, but if we don't have the money to take it down, then it becomes a
Right.
liability to the town and is,
Yeah.
it's just unanswered questions, but.
You want us-
Come on, Chris.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Christina Madsen, I'm a member of the, 40 Rattle Hill Road, I'm a member of the Historical Commission. I just want to clarify that the Historical Commission did not take a real vote on whether that building could be demolished because a demolition delay request had not been put before us. What we agreed was with the current commission, none of us would object to it, but it's not an official decision. That would have to come before the commission if a demolition delay request was made.
Okay, per the bylaw, yeah.
So it's not formal.
Yeah, okay,
Thanks.
yep. And I think too, when we talk about, presenting this to town meeting, now I guess I haven't been at a town meeting where we've had a lengthy presentation like this. I mean, we usually go through 30 articles
Yeah.
and take up a lot of time. So I guess my question is, whether we're talking about town meeting, obviously we've got to get this before the town. So is it more like a public hearing or a public information meeting or several public information meetings where the public can come and hear you guys and the design process or whatever in preparation for town meeting, right?
That town meeting be a summary vote or a summary.
You're right. I mean, so that you're not waiting until town meeting and maybe I misunderstood it, in terms of when the townspeople kind of get a clue of what's going on, that they're brought in earlier in the process.
Yeah, we had called for at least 3 presentations, including town meeting, presentations to the, potentially at this, in this forum, potentially at a, more of a announced public, it won't be a public hearing, but an educational.
Information meeting or.
Right, maybe potentially at a bigger location. We hadn't got to those specific details, but we figured 3 presentations, one of which would be town meeting, and in theory, the other 2 would be before that, because town meeting would hopefully be the end of this feasibility study. Just stepping back to task 1 in terms of the site or the space needs assessment, I think part of the reason we wanted this to go through a design firm is because there is a certain, minimum because these are safety departments, there's minimums, and I think that I don't know, maybe you guys know this better than I do, that there's, state recommendations or federal recommendations.
I think there's standards of industry, so pretty much, we're gonna. John Workman, Fire Chief. I think there's standards in industry that we're gonna be looking at and taking into consideration. I think that, if you look at a Granby, which is a similar sized community in both landmass and population, I think that's gonna be one of the considerations that we're gonna wanna look at. I think one of the things that the committee is very much aware of is that the previous assessment that had been done The terminology of Taj Mahal was thrown out and probably the killer of that event. Honestly, if we just have some place that doesn't have leaky roofs and frogs in the floor, I'd be happy with that. So I don't think anybody's really looking to build anything that's overly built. I think we really want to build the right size building, and I think we've tried to accomplish that with the formation of the group, not just taking fire-heavy personnel. So it'll really be a group of diversified population, including select board members, so that we really are building the right size thing for our community here.
Yeah, no, and I agree, and I think the key is how we educate the public ahead of time.
Absolutely.
You know, if there are, in fact, which there are, if there are standards out there, here are the standards, you can go look them up yourself.
Yeah,
Here's where we set the bar, and clearly articulating and allowing ample time for the citizens to do their own research.
Yeah, there's not a standard for like this size community, this many apparatus bays. And that's why I say it's an industry standard. So that's why you're going to be looking at communities of similar size and population.
Right, but if you know, hypothetically, if you're asking for espresso machines on every floor.
That would be ridiculous and be
That's
totally
what I'm saying,
contrary
it's just
to what
kind
we're
of
trying to do.
breaking it up.
Yeah, yeah. So it's a good question. It's one we definitely would like to address. And I don't know how you're addressing it with senior center. I mean, I don't know how you address the minimums for that.
Well,
I think there again, it's probably an assessment of.
But add to the point that I think it was Chris or Rainey made earlier, on the Council on Aging, they had the list in there. This is what they're
Was that based on a
targeting.
standard?
Well,
That was
gone to
based
visit
on
several-
site visits
Yeah,
and
so it's like,
square
so
footage.
industry standard, really.
but they articulated the process of how they came to that versus just kind of throwing it in there.
Yeah, I think the reason why we just, as you say, throw it in there, but I think we really want to spend some time to do with a firm that can concentrate on it, with also an assessment of, what other stations are out there, what are other communities doing, and bringing that forward into what we're looking at and proposing. So it's definitely industry standard, what's out there for similar sized communities, with a very much earmarked towards not wanting to overbuild the thing because we want it to be successful more than anything else. And committing the design firm to helping really size it and determine that, I think is important. So it's not just, oh, I'd like this, I'd like this, I'd like this, and these are my minimums. I think that would be just, I think that's what we want to avoid.
Right.
I think we actually want the design firm to be part of, what's comparable, what is industry standard, what makes sense for our community. And it should be more of a group effort than just the two chiefs, thinking, oh, I'd like this office and that office.
Okay. All right, good, yeah.
I think another big thing for the public would be safety, not just safety as far as safety of you and the staff and the police, but also, safety of the community in terms of just like lighting and parking and things like that. I mean, I think stressing the importance of safety for everybody, I think would be important early on.
Yeah. We want to build the cheapest possible building that accommodates safety needs and, a little bit into the future, but not excessively so. I mean, there's some challenges, but I think that's why we put it in as the design firm to help with that.
Okay.
Sense?
All right, thanks, John.
Sure.
All right. Anybody else have any comments or questions
On the whole thing?
on the RFQ? Yeah.
Just, it's not here, but attachment D, is it spelled out and does it match up to what we were already told? The property locations?
It's
I don't
not
have the printed
attached to
copy.
here, is it? I don't think so.
No,
No.
it's just referenced on
referenced.
page.
It's just
14.
reference, we need to finalize it, to be honest, but it's the two town-owned properties is the existing fire station location and the highway department, as well as the three private we've been discussing.
Okay, so what if the highway department's selected? Where's the highway department go?
Yeah.
It's a good question. I mean, we spent a lot of time evaluating all the town properties. There's not a lot of town property that would fit this. But that's something that if it was, would have to be taken into account in terms of the pros and cons of that property selection. I mean,
Okay.
we discussed some things offhand, but I mean, it would have to be fully evaluated.
Okay.
Okay, good. Do we need to take a vote on this, or are we okay just saying that we're,
Okay, I went through the
Go through this, or-
tasks. Do you want me to go through any more about the designer qualifications and how we're going to evaluate the minimum evaluation criteria? I don't need to, I just,
yeah, I
Want to
think
check.
the evaluation criteria are very common to many of our contracts, so.
they are, yes.
We're somewhat familiar with those, and they're the ones I know that, I think were very similar probably to what was done for the senior center
Yes.
as well.
Yeah, they are.
The highly advantageous, et cetera, those kinds of
It
qualifications.
did
which are-
change to acceptable.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, highly advantageous, acceptable, unacceptable.
Right, okay. Yeah, so there's always a challenge to try and evaluate, especially when you've got very lengthy proposals to kind of narrow it down and be sure you're comparing apples to apples here, but,
Yeah, so I mean, this is just all about experience
Sure.
and then you experience the professional staff. There's, I don't think there's anything that would be particularly surprising in here. And the selection process is very similar to what was presented for the senior center.
yeah. And then you did say that there would be 3 interviewed though, I think, right, for?
Up to 3.
Up to three,
three.
based on after the review. It says interviews if required, so if one stood out after the review of the proposals, in theory, we could just submit that. It would depend on our review.
Francine?
Yeah, would you have the ability, if each of the submissions identified 1 or 2 area, public safety or similar kinds of buildings that you could actually go and visit? If they're local, I'm not talking about flying out of state or anything. But if there's some design work that they completed that we could look at, that would give you some, I think, give you some sense.
Yeah, I think that they'll have they will definitely have information on that because we, have a requirement of how many facilities they have to have completed.
Right.
So they'll, in their submission, have that information on which facilities they've completed, and they'll also have contact info for references. So we could definitely reach out to them about setting something up. We don't spell that out in here,
Right.
but they will have to have provided that. So if we find out, oh, they did the facility in Bernardston, I don't know,
Yeah.
somewhere 45 minutes
Yeah.
drive,
Yeah.
we asked to go see it. I think that's something we could address at that point. We don't speak to a visit in here.
Yeah, for myself, I have to really see something. Looking at something on paper
Mm-hmm.
doesn't
As
give
long,
me
as long as the
feel.
building site is within 100 miles of the town, the chief
Yes,
can
I'm
drive.
saying more or less. No one's flying anywhere, okay?
Yeah, no, but somewhere in, west of Worcester type thing.
Yeah,
Thank
100 miles is key. That's all we authorize him to be, far out from the city. So that
Right.
way there's no travel reimbursement. Fit in his car.
If the carpool.
Put you on the spot over there, Ian. Okay.
To
And
John's
they have
point,
to
I just want
carpool.
to mention that I do have an update when we talk about the committees, about the landowners and the next step in following up to them. So I'll bring that up under the committee reports.
Okay, good.
Does the chair want to vote on this? And if so, what kind of motion are you looking for?
I'm not sure that we did one on the senior center, I can't recall, but I think we did. And I think it would be good just to formalize it, just say that, we're in agreement essentially with the RFQ as presented, and,
I'll make a motion to authorize the committee to move forward with the RFQ as submitted.
okay. Can I have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? No? All right,
Don't mind, I will adjourn our meeting.
you may also do that.
Motion to adjourn. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thanks,
All right.
Sarah.
Thanks,
to
Sarah.
committee too. Really
Yes,
appreciate
thanks
all
for
the good
coming.
work.
Yep, perfect. I know it's been a long haul to get this far, so thanks for all the work that you guys have put in, and hopefully this RFQ will get out on the street and get some good responses. I think we can show some interest on it. That's great. So, good. Thanks very much. All right, let us move forward here.
Chris,
Yeah,
point of order.
yes,
Can I request that we go out of order
okay, forward.
and take up, under signatures, police department, PRF, as I understand it, that department head has to be up at 3 a.m. to go work something? Could we take his item up now? That is the PRF, Public Safety Communications Dispatcher.
Dispatch.
This one's a little unique, so the board may have
All
questions.
right, anybody have any opposition to that idea? Moving request for the police department up very quickly here in the forefront? Otherwise, it would be quite late in the meeting here, so. Everybody okay with that?
I'm fine.
All right. Ian, come on up.
Thank you. I have to report tomorrow for 4 a.m., so I just want to get some sleep before work today. I submitted a PRF for a dispatch position, and the reason I did this is an additional position. I have a tentative resignation from a full-time police dispatcher, rather. This is for a part-time dispatch position, but a tentative resignation in 3 months of a full-time dispatcher, a midnight dispatcher in particular, and I want to get ahead of the game before we potentially lose this dispatcher. The last time I requested a position for a dispatcher was in January of '22, and I just hired that part-time dispatcher. That's how long it took to get an applicant. She's currently going through the training. I want to make sure that should this dispatcher leave, which she accepted a full-time job in another field that she's been going to school for a while, I want to just make sure that either I have somebody ready to fill this full-time position with the training, the adequate training, as well as if they don't want the position, at least I have another supplemental employee that can fill that position until we find somebody. The training is at the minimum of, there's 16 hours of E911 answering class for the actual public safety answering point. There's 40 hours of emergency medical dispatch, and there's 40 hours of actual dispatch training. And then that's not including the in-service training, which is approximately about a month when they actually work within the realm of the department with another dispatcher. So I'm simply just trying to get ahead of the game here. Should I lose this dispatcher, which I suspect I would, she's already accepted this job, but even if I don't, it's another dispatcher that I'll have trained to augment our force and defray overtime costs.
So when discussed at PPP, our question was the funding source. If we only budget for 168 hours, how are we going to put an extra person on? Do you want to touch on that?
Sure. So I, again, will qualify this year for the, which I haven't applied for the grant, but I meet all the qualifications, and the support incentive grant is $30,000. So that's what we get typically annually for our support incentive grant, and that will be adequate for this funding.
Very good.
So that would take care of that.
Funding part, okay.
So the request then is for a regular, consistent part-time position?
A part-time position, it could be considered, it's part-time, so it's per diem, it's when we have open shifts.
Okay.
It's just.
But part-time would be that person would be guaranteed X number of hours per week. Per diem with open shifts, right?
We don't have any classification for a per diem dispatcher. It's always been classified as part-time, and that's when shifts are available.
Okay.
And you have it here for 8 to 16 hours a week.
Yes.
It's non-budgeted anyway.
I'm sorry?
It's non-benefited, I mean.
It's non-benefited, yes. 8 to 16 hours a week, 1 to 2 shifts a week.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Any questions on that? Anybody else? All right, could we have a motion on that?
I think I did make the motion.
Did you? I'm sorry.
Did you have a second?
Did you have a second? Yes. Was
I'll
there
look at the note taker. I don't know.
don't
Make
think
the
we
motion to approve it.
I'll second
a
it.
second? All right.
Okay. Thank you for your consideration of
All
moving it
those in
forward.
favor?
Thank you.
Aye.
All right. Thanks. All right. Good. No opposed. All right. Now let us move on. All right, let's, a couple things here. We've got town administrator report. Ed, you want to give us your report briefly?
Let's see. Bradley Yaxon and I are working with the auditors regarding some follow-up questions they had for the fiscal year 2021 audit. Lucy Dalton, town clerk, has had the early in-person voting information for the November 8th, 2022 state election posted to the website. The Saturdays, October 22nd and 29th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then Monday to Thursday, October 24th to 27th, and October 31st to November 3rd, the regular business hours from 8:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. The Conservation Commission has received a couple of applications for the conservation agent position and is setting up a subcommittee for the interview process. I will be helping them and joining them through this process. They held one interview last week and have another interview scheduled for tomorrow. Charter Spectrum upgraded our modem and it has added a router today here at Town Hall to increase our internet speed in preparation for the changeover to the voice over IP telephones. The Town Hall elevator stopped working yesterday, and we had to call the elevator vendor for a service call to have it fixed, but they were able to get it back working again in about 2.5 hours, fortunately. And the contractor who will be performing the Manhan Meadow Sanctuary Trail reconstruction work of the trail restoration is scheduled to be beginning that work next week. And then upcoming select board meetings for October are the 11th and the 25th.
Was anybody in the elevator?
Yeah, right, that was gonna be the question.
No, it's interesting how their safety systems work. David had gotten into it. Once he had gotten into it, he didn't press the floor for the basement, but it went right to the basement floor. Doors opened, let him out. He got out, said, why am I down here? The door is closed, and that shut the whole system down. Turned out to be a jack sensor on the elevator, but you know, like I say, their safety systems are, I didn't realize how well they actually worked, so. It went, and it's somehow it's programmed to, okay, we go to the bottom floor, let whoever's on out, and
Bless you.
then we take ourselves out of service.
That's pretty amazing, because we just had it inspected earlier.
Yeah, literally, the last meeting, you reported there was an inspection of the elevator.
Yeah, I won't tell you how many times I've had a car in, and whether it's an inspection or an oil change, and they go through it, and they come back, and, you know, 3 weeks later, you got a sensor that blows, and you can take it back for $700. So.
Anybody have any questions on Ed's report?
Nope.
All right, let's move on to some select board reports. Anybody have any meetings? Joy, would you like to start?
Sure. I will start with Conservation Commission. I think Ed covered everything that I was going to report to.
Oh, sorry.
No, you did my job, that's fine. I'm not gonna complain. Their next meeting is October 3rd. They're still looking for volunteers. I'll mention that. The planning board met with Ken Comia from PVPC and with the Housing Authority, and they went over the zoning bylaws that affect affordable housing. There was a really great discussion with them and their consultant, and they're gonna go over accessory apartments more and just permitting different size parcels and multi-uses for detached existing structures as accessory apartments. So there was a lot of good talk in regards to affordable housing in that meeting. Their next meeting, I believe, is 10/5. And then Housing Authority Working Group with MHP met last Wednesday. We discussed with MHP moving forward with the housing bylaw. And they are going to come back with us with some supportive documents that we can send out to the community in support of the housing bylaw, including flyers, images, and information. And then Housing Authority's next meeting is also October 3rd, and that was all.
Okay, good. Ready? Jessica?
CPC hasn't met. You heard from Public Safety. Just so you know, too, we are going to invite Williamsburg folks to come and talk about their process in the public safety building, just so we can learn from what they went through. They also got a lot of state money recently. And then we're also doing a little field trip to Granby to check out theirs public safety complex, because it's very similar size and land mass as Southampton. But then the next meeting we just decided was, I think, the 17th of October. And COA is meeting next, the October 5th, that must be next Wednesday. And then the Senior Center Feasibility Committee, I wanted you to bring something to Select Board for your ideas of it. Basically, we had our first meeting with Abacus. A lot of information. We provided them information about staffing and programs and all sorts of things. We also have a document on each of the properties, the GIS mapping and all kinds of information, what it's zoned, what's the size of the lot, all of that. And so we provided all the information with Abacus. Next Thursday, the 6th of October, they're coming for a site visit from 10 to 2. They're going to meet with the committee at noontime, because that's when the committee is available. Then they're planning on visiting the police station, the senior center, and then the 3 parcels of land. So Chris will need to contact them again, and we're talking about 3 properties, Marmon Keystone, Gillagher, and Labrie. And so we drafted questions for the landowners. I just wanted to review them with you and see if you have other suggestions, because we do have to do a pretty quick turnaround to get the information from the landowners. How much acreage are you interested in selling or donating? Each of the committees are requesting a minimum of 3 acres. Is there a particular area of the parcel that you're interested in selling or donating? Because most of these parcels are really large. Are you interested in offering this property for either the senior center or the public safety complex, or both? Is your primary interest in selling versus donating the land? And if you're selling, do you have a price in mind per acre or total acreage price? So those were the initial questions, and also to let them know that they would like to have a site visit, and if they would like to be there at the time of the walking around the property, permission to take pictures, that sort of thing. So I didn't know if you had any other suggestions for questions that Chris can pose to these 3 private property owners.
So if the walkthrough is going to be on the 6th, is that right?
Yep. Most likely in the morning, because that's when
That's a
some
week
other
from-
committee members are available.
Week from Thursday, so we need to get a letter out and turned around. I mean, I'm assuming you want an answer back before the 6th, so that you have it a day or 2 ahead, at least, a couple of days ahead, maybe, before the meeting. Okay.
Are there any other questions that come to mind of them? I mean, this is sort of somewhat preliminary, but they're coming out right away and starting to do site, checking on wetlands, checking the maps, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I can't think of any extra questions, but if you're gonna do a letter versus a phone call, in the letter, because these are the folks that we engage for the COA, right?
Yeah, it's for both,
You know.
yeah. And Chris will be the one contacting them.
Abacus is the design firm for the COA, yeah.
For the COA, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Again, if it's a letter, just maybe, that intro paragraph, because we said we'd be in touch with them
Correct.
in 90
Yeah.
days. Like tonight, we just approved the
Right,
the public safety, blah, blah, blah. We
Yeah.
anticipate awarding here and,
yeah.
Yep.
just keeping them informed, assuming they're not
Right,
watching us
yeah.
tonight.
I think what might work, given the time frame, we can do up a letter and if it's in tomorrow's, hand it into the post office, they would get it on Thursday. And maybe asking for a Monday, Tuesday response time. The Barmer and Keystone folks are in Springfield, though they aren't local, so that might take longer. But they could maybe respond by email.
Yeah.
Send out a letter, but have them respond by
By
email.
email.
That would maybe cut down.
I was going to suggest that
Little
in
time.
addition to the letter, just to be certain that they get the information, that you email it as well.
Email
The
and,
letter.
email the letter.
Attach the
Email
letter as
the
an email.
letter
Perfect, good idea.
and also USPS it.
Well, yeah,
I mean, that, hopefully that'll cut down, because that's a very narrow window.
yeah. Okay. Is there any need to mail the letter then, if I do an attachment?
I don't know, Ed.
We wouldn't
Is there
send a
any
certified
requirement?
one necessarily. I mean, it would just be
I'd recommend doing both.
yeah, just regular mail plus an email with a letter attached.
We know USPS is slower than probably normal. However, we also know there are internet interruptions, so.
That's true too, yeah. Okay, well, we'll work on that. So,
All right.
you can
Those
forward-
questions
you-
are-
Yeah, I think I heard most of them, but you can let me
Yeah.
know those questions. Any other questions to think about? I mean, I think that's true, that the parcels are not, some of these parcels are, fairly good size, and I don't know that they've thought.
The first set of questions already got answered, right? I don't recall seeing those responses.
The first set of questions was just simply, are you
Who's-
interested?
But didn't we follow up with who's going to be the point person?
We
Who should we
did, and I've
contact?
heard that from 2 out of the 3, actually. I have not heard from the third one. So I did hear back from Ryan Geeler that he's the person, and I did hear back from Mitch Bolliton, I think his name is, who's the realtor representing Marmon Keystone. But I have not heard back from the Labries as to who's talking for them, because the property came into us, so the letter was written out to Eugene Labrie, but on the response, it's Jim's email.
Yeah.
So the last correspondence I had done by email, I think I had said for Jim to please forward it to Eugene, but I didn't hear anything back on that. But basically, all we had asked him is, are you interested in talking to the town about a potential sale or donation? And are there any particular things you'd like us to know about your property? So there were just some very small things, yeah, nothing in detail like this. We didn't ask them about, space or, what corner of the land would you really like to kind of, carve off or anything like that. So this would kind of be that next step, I think, which would be fine. Okay, I will put that on my to-do list.
Okay, and then the last one is Board of Assessors, and they're down to 2 members because one member moved out of town. And so they do have a potential person who's interested in being, so that we may be seeing a volunteer application coming our way. But they continue to just do the work of the office in the absence of a permanent PA.
Okay, great, thanks. John?
So PPPB met, but it's a page and a half our agenda, so I'll save that for then. Greenway Communities met. I attended that meeting. They did not have a quorum, so there were no votes taken, but there was still a lengthy, 60, 75-minute conversation about next steps, and they are working on, I think the town administrators are going to touch on this later, so I won't go down that path, but their focus has shifted to how to best communicate this out to the masses, and the next step for anticipation of board approval tonight on their request. And finance has not met, and capital committee has not met.
Okay, all right, Francine?
Okay. The Norris School Committee met on September 14th, and they announced that they received $25,000 from the state as a partial Chapter 70 reimbursement for reduced enrollment last year. Actually, last year they were down 40 students from the previous year, so we're grateful for the money. There was discussion about the potential utilization of those funds due to some imminent needs. They need to replace the refrigerator in the cafeteria, estimated to cost $12,000, and a new hot water heater at $14,000. So there goes $25,000 very quickly, if that's the route they choose to fund it. In addition to the resignation last spring of the IT director for the district, the superintendent announced the resignation of the business administrator effective 9/29, which is this Friday. She's in the process of interviewing and very close to replacing the business administration, and is still looking. And they have outsourced it temporarily the IT functions for the district. The superintendent shared at that meeting her 3-year strategic plan, which I'm sure will be made public if it already hasn't been. The committee conducted its first review of a number of new policies focusing on homeless students' rights, education for military children, educational opportunities for children in foster care, and homeschooling, homeschool education. So they have schools today are faced with like so many challenges and so many issues. And so this was the first read. And I believe at the second meeting, they will either modify or vote to accept it the way it was presented. And then over the summer, to start the new year, the school hired a total of 11 new and replacement staff. The enrollment this year is up from 468 last year to 483 this year. The bylaws committee then met on September 21st. We received approval from the Attorney General's office for all 7 bylaws that were voted by the town at its recent 8th annual town meeting. However, comments from the Attorney General's office recommended that we consult legal counsel regarding our canvassing and soliciting bylaw for guidance, so that we can kind of clarify some of the questions that they raised in order that we avoid any potential problems in the future. And that's number 1 priority. So therefore, we're requesting access to the town's legal counsel for that purpose, just to make sure we're in the right lane all the way. We received this, the status of requests to departments. We reviewed the status of requests to departments and committees for feedback on drafts that require their expertise. I have been sending these things to the, especially to the committees, to the town email address, and I've since requested from Lucy that we get personal email addresses so that I can be certain that people are receiving the communication. In the short term, the bylaw committee's next priority will be the non-criminal ticketing schedule, and for that, we need to rely very heavily on department heads and committees for the information that that bylaw will contain. The Board of Health is meeting on Monday, October 3rd, and the HR feasibility study, regional study, funded through the PVPC is on the agenda a little later in the program, and they met on September 19th. That's it, thank you.
Okay, very good.
Can I ask a couple questions?
Yes.
Did I hear you right that you said that the $25,000 that came in was because of a decline in enrollment? So why are we getting more money if it's less enrollment?
No, to make up for the lost enrollment.
Oh,
There was a
I see.
reduction in enrollment, and so that was
And I
to
misunderstood your question earlier. I think it was 137,000.
137.
So 20 into 21, because of
Okay.
COVID, there are over 40 kids, over 10% of our population withdrew from the school.
Yeah.
That directly impacted our Chapter 70 calculation
Oh,
that year. And
okay.
then they all came back the next year, which would have impacted, so it would have been a double hit. So there were
Okay,
probably 2 or 3 dozen communities that this happened to. So legislation did a special pass and restored that funding
get
as
it,
if the
yeah.
kids didn't leave, one time only.
Got it. That's good.
Okay.
Okay.
And I just had one other question. In terms of the bylaws, so our attorney looked at those bylaws before town meeting and approved them. Then they went to town meeting and the town approved them. Then they went to the Attorney General and the Attorney General said, go back to your attorney and make sure they approve them.
no,
Are they-
yeah,
No, I mean, the Attorney General approved them.
approved them.
Yeah, they did. They're
Why
just,
did they recommend that we
they're
go
just
back to our
cautioning,
attorney?
they're just cautioning, when you get to this, it could be contentious, so
Yeah.
when, if an incident came up,
Yeah,
and you had to enforce the bylaw, I think it was that, and
Right.
correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I interpreted it, was
Yeah.
that when an incident comes up and you're trying to apply this bylaw, this might be a sticky point, you want to just double check your action with general counsel at that time. But it is approved.
I
There
It
was
is,
nothing in it that they disagreed
No,
with,
no.
except
Okay.
the fact that
It
they
was
wanted
more
to make sure,
cautionary.
as Chris said, that we were
Okay, so
very
it's-
clear,
Yeah.
very precise,
it's when you have to enact
to
it.
avoid,
Right.
you know, complications down
Okay,
the
I
line.
and
understand
in
the
fact,
difference.
as we had drafted them and put it together, we had comments from our legal counsel saying, we believe you need to make it, hours X to X, because otherwise the Attorney General will probably not approve this. So we had listened to their advice earlier when we had drafted it.
Okay.
And then,
Yeah,
so,
I
I don't know,
understand.
everybody
The
just
Attorney
kind of has to
General-
weigh in,
and
I
the-
guess.
Yeah, and the Attorney General's office made the same comments,
Yeah,
because you're
yes.
right, one of the ones was
Yeah.
everybody asked about was, and I can't remember if, the soliciting is, remember if it's allowed till 8 PM or 9 PM,
Right.
but everyone, that's late, why don't we do
Right.
5?
Yeah.
And our town council had said, well, we've seen in other communities this be challenged because it's restrictive of only going to 5. So we did follow
did
the town council's,
open it up.
recommendation, but
Correct.
even though we did, that was one of the Attorney General's
Yeah.
comments.
So they just reiterated it, basically. So
Yeah.
I took it as a
Yes.
cautionary tale, basically, not
Yeah.
anything else, but because it's been posted and it's actually approved, so, yeah.
Yeah, they are now in effect.
Yeah.
Because they have been posted and advertised.
So before anything happens, we may, really want to clarify any of the issues that the Attorney General's office brought up.
Right. Okay, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
All right, good. And for me, on the ad hoc grant committee, not a whole lot. We're just waiting on results from 2 or 3 of the grants. We're kind of in suspension here, hoping that before the end of September, which is the end of the federal fiscal year, we might hear back on the hazard mitigation plan one and on the second mass trails one for the Greenway. Those are 2 that are out there. And we did apply recently with the chief and the school, Chief Illingsworth and the school for the Safe Routes to School Signs and Lines grant, which should be a pretty quick turnaround as well. So I'm hoping that maybe by the next meeting, we'll have some good news, we'll see. but there's a couple things still in the hopper, and then we'll be looking at what else is coming up. This is kind of the time period in the fall where some of these big grants get announced in terms of their opening up their applications. So we'll be looking at that fairly soon. Okay, if no other comments and questions on reports, let's move on to appointments and resignations. And we've had someone sitting here, so thank you for your patience. Stephen Johnson, right? Or is it Stefan? Stephen, all right. The way it was spelled, I didn't want to make that mistake, but so.
Stephen Johnson, I'm
Johnson,
your
yes.
new neighbor at 20 Walcott Street and applicant to volunteer for the Open Space Committee.
Great. So I know you wrote us a good long letter, which I won't necessarily read, but why don't you sort of summarize it for the public that's listening and tell us a little bit about you. You've got 30 years of background in land conservation and sustainable development and work with local government from what you said on your application. So.
Yes, all of that, and I encourage you to read it. It's more than I would bother you or the listening public with at this hour, but both by academic training and professional practice, I've worked in natural resource conservation all my life, both in the nonprofit sector for land conservancies and in government. I started work in the Secretary's office in state government here in Massachusetts. But because through this wonderful professional life, I've had opportunity to do a lot of work with individual families to help them achieve their vision for their family lands. I know just how rewarding that can be, and I see Southampton poised at a very opportune moment. A lot of open land, but always pressure for new housing development or economic development. So doing the right kind of conservation before you're chasing after bulldozers is the way to best help landowners. And I really focus on the landowners because I think we all focus on the environmental benefits that we all appreciate. That's what the Open Space Committee is about. But there wouldn't be any accessible open space if it wasn't for far-sighted landowners who either donate or sell their land for that purpose or otherwise retain ownership and enhance their stewardship by making it publicly available. These are the kinds of things I like to work with families on. I don't know to what degree that might be in the future of the Open Space Committee, but in contrast to the Conservation Commission, which I've served on in other communities, I'd rather be a facilitator and a problem solver than a regulator.
Okay.
I've done both.
That kind of sums it up.
Understandable.
I can totally understand that, I think. Yeah, exactly. Well, and I think this is a very opportune time, too, with what we've been hearing about over the last couple of meetings with the open space and the interest with Kestrel and so forth, working with Southampton and really having Southampton on their radar in terms of some potentially larger projects up in the northwestern part of town in particular, which is kind of up in your corner anyway, which is even better.
My neck of the woods.
right up from our mountain area, right. So good, all right, well, thanks for coming, that's appreciative. And
Welcome.
Could we have any questions for Stephen while he's here? Since
I'll just say that I'm expressing my support for Stephen. He's been coming to our meetings and he's been very vocal, and we really appreciate his opinions. So I will make a motion to appoint Stephen Johnson at large position for the Open Space Committee, term to expire June 30th, 2024.
Second.
All right. If no discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you very much for stepping
Kindly.
up.
Thank you. And thanks for coming and thanks for stepping up. Much appreciated. All right. Very good. All right. And we have a second one, actually, it's sort of speaking to John's comment on the Greenway Committee. We have a David DeRochers. If I've pronounced that incorrectly, I apologize, but this would be an application to be on the Greenway Committee with a term to expire June 30th, 2025. we have a letter in our packet, we have the application form, and what we do appreciate if people are putting in a little bit more of a cover letter to go along with the application, which, you know, kind of fills out a bit more detail in terms of that. So I'll just try to summarize here. So basically, David and family have moved into Southampton back in 2019. They've been very involved in town sports with their little kids, and had run into Aaron Tauscher, who's the head of the Greenway Committee, and talked about their common interests in biking and the bike trail. And so basically, way back when, apparently, before moving to Southampton, David used to spend his time at UMass and spent time biking between Northampton and Amherst area. So was very interested in biking and using the trail, and very familiar with it, and would like to join the committee and see the bike trails expanded and improved, and see this as a way to potentially improve our local community for the sake of his children and all the others that would have access to it. His own background, he's an attorney with experience in settlement negotiations and mediation, and his focus in law school was environmental law. So good mixture of backgrounds here and interest levels to join the committee. So he's also stepping up, so we much appreciate. Any thoughts or comments?
Well, my only thought is, can we just go ahead and also appoint him to PPB? We have to wait for him to apply.
We might have to wait for him to apply, or you might have to meet him at least first, right?
I met him, he zoomed in.
Oh, you
on
did
the
meet him,
meeting.
okay, all right, very good.
I'll make a motion to approve the appointment of David DeRoches to the Greenway Committee, term to expire June 30th of 2025.
All right,
Second.
Second,
all right, perfect. Francine, second. All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, so moved.
can I just comment that I
Yes.
think we hit the jackpot with these two?
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
in
I
terms of their backgrounds are just what we need right now.
Yeah.
It's
I
exactly,
really appreciate it.
great backgrounds and great timing. I mean, this is just really appropriate in terms of finding people and people willing to step up. And again, some of these are, you know, are newer folks to town over the last 3 or 4 years, and that's great to show, you know, that level of interest in wanting to step up. So much appreciated. Yes. All right, let's move on to new business. I think we are here with the animal control agreement with Westfield. Are we at the final stage of this? I believe we've
Yes.
talked about it a couple meetings, and I don't know if there's been any changes on this, or?
There have, because Chief Billingsworth had a couple of questions. One was, were they still going to do the wildlife control through it? Because neither in the old one or the new one does it say anything about it. And Shanna Reed, who is the first assistant city solicitor in Westfield and is also a Southampton resident, I've been dealing with, and I had reached out to Shanna, and she wrote back to me, and I called Margaret this morning, and the gist is that the Westfield ACO will not respond to nuisance wildlife, i.e. there is a family of groundhogs under someone's shed or deceased wildlife, but will respond to calls for sick and injured wildlife. So she added, actually on that one, section C to the attached for that. And then Ian also had one other question. Find it. One other request in section 5I, is it possible to make an amendment that would make it the responsibility of the owner of the domesticated animal that has had emergency surgery or services to be responsible for paying that cost if they pick up the animal, and then if the domesticated animal is not claimed, those emergency costs would then be responsibility of the town of Southampton, the way it was first written, which was consistent with the old agreement, was actually that cost became our responsibility even if the animal was picked up. So that has been changed also. So the, Ian's questions have been answered. Lucy's concern, going back to the first time we went over it, is, well, is there a way we can require a Southampton residents that didn't pick up their animal to pay the fees for it? There is not through the agreement. We can't, we can't do it through the agreement with Westfield to make that, but it may be working with our town council a possibility to do something, maybe with one of the bylaws that is currently being looked at to say that, okay, if a town of Southampton resident owns an animal and it's, picked up and needs emergency services, and, that owner is responsible for those, even if they don't pick up the animal. So we will look at those possibilities.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. We might be able to weave something into the current bylaw that's being looked at, the one for the dogs and kennels that we had referred back to general counsel a couple months ago, probably, but.
And then Chris had reached out to me
Yeah.
this afternoon and all the craziness, and
Bothered you.
you never bother me. You might make me pull my hair out, what's left of it, a little bit more, but, and asked, can we break out some of these costs? So, didn't have a lot of time to do that, plus the internet was down for about almost 3 hours while Spectrum was upgrading our modem, but was able to go back and pull like the fiscal 22 payments to the Westfield Animal Shelter. And I can't break them down individually, but I can tell you approximately $6,000 was expended and paid. However, I will, approximately $3,000 of that six was our, I'll say, per capita assessment,
Right.
charge. So about 3,000 would be associated with whether you say animal care, weekend calls, or after hour calls. Lucy was able to copy a couple of invoices for me. One was actually from the first warrant in fiscal year 22. The total invoice was $1,088.26. Of that, the quarterly portion of the annual assessment was $748. And then there was a $50 charge for, which is the regular cost of a cat brought to the shelter, sick cat brought to the shelter, and then an injured owl that ended up flying away. And there was, let's see.
I guess it was okay.
Yeah.
Didn't want to be there.
The owl must have been playing possum.
Really?
There was a $175.26 charge on that one for a cat, of which $45 was boarding and $130.26 was vaccines. And there was another charge for a cat for $15 for boarding.
Yeah.
And yeah, that totals that one. And then she had, there are 3 other invoices for, on warrant 04, 05, and 06, one each. Let's see, there was a weekend call of $100, a weekend call of $100, for a total of $200.
And those get paid by the owner when they retrieve their animal, right? Or these are our payments? We have to pay these?
These are our payments, correct.
So that we can call, okay. That is different.
There was, let's say, an injured cat that was brought in during regular call hours, $50. A stray dog, which was an after-hours call of $100. And then a medical cost for a cat of $98.
So we've had a few calls.
We've had a few calls.
Yeah, and I think my original question was, because there's so much in here about if the owner doesn't pay it, it's the town's responsibility. So my question was partly like, how many times are we worried, how many times are we getting charged because the owner actually doesn't want to retrieve their animal and just, leaves it for the town to deal with? And that isn't able to be broken out at this point in time, but I mean, it doesn't sound like that's a regular recurrence. I mean, it's not sure that, but I mean, the after-hours calls, though,
Over the weekend, yeah.
yeah. So I guess all the after-hours calls are ours, they're not part of something that the owner has to pick up in terms of cost, right?
Correct.
That's number 6 on the contract here. So $50 per call during Monday through Friday, 8 to 4, $100 Monday through Friday, 4 to 8 PM, and Saturdays, Sundays, and holidays. Call lasts for 2 hours. So yeah, I guess that's part of what we have to do on weekends. Okay.
Correct.
But maybe we can work it into
Yeah.
some kind of reimbursement.
Maybe there's some way to think about that as we go forward with our bylaw, but.
Yeah, well, we
Okay.
definitely have to cross-reference this with the bylaw.
Right, I mean, so basically, there's a
Yeah.
flat fee because of, now it's the 60 cents per head per population, right?
Correct.
It's our flat fee
That's our
anyway,
flat
and then
fee.
some of these others are, you know, per animal, per incident, basically. Okay, I just
So-
wanted a little clarity, yep.
No, what do we have in our packet stops at page 8, but I suspect there's at least a page 9.
Oops,
Actually, in the signing sheets,
yeah,
there,
That's all that's there?
that's,
On page
page
9?
9 is the select board's side of the signing sheet.
yeah.
Yes.
Is it all 5 of us or just the chair, so I can word the motion correctly?
It is all 5 of you.
Okay. I make a motion to approve the intermunicipal agreement between us and the city of Westfield for animal control services.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, no opposed, all right, motion passes. All right, and this is a 5-year agreement, I believe, is that correct?
Yes.
Who made the motion?
John?
John,
And the second?
I did.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Next, Open Space Committee amended charge. And I think this was just a slight variation on what we've seen before, just to have the staggered terms,
Well,
or is something
what
else
I
changed?
did is I reworded the section on appointments for the, that's to correspond with the 3-year staggered terms for
Right.
at-large and the 1-year terms for whether you call them appointments or elections for the boards or committees. Actually, do I have a signing copy here? It'll be easier to find.
Well, you have it here, we can just read it out. At-large members for 3 years for each
Yeah.
member, staggered, so that as equal a number of terms as possible shall expire each year and shall begin on the first business day in July. Initial terms of the at-large members, when appointed in '22, shall be for one for 1 year, 1 for 2 years, and 1 for 3 years. The terms of the members from the boards and committees shall be for 1 year each. So that means that if Joy, for example, was from her committee, whichever committee was on, she was appointed from, Conservation Committee or something, to Open Space, she would be on for a year, but then would have to be renewed, reappointed every year, essentially. Okay.
That's what we do now with all of our
I think
committee
that's
assignments.
Current practice, right. But this clarifies it in this,
Yeah.
charge.
Yeah, because sometimes they will vote the person to represent them on that committee.
Mhm.
To this point in time, we really didn't have a, shall we say, set term.
Right,
You don't want to have, and again, picking on the Conservation Commission, you wouldn't want to have them, in your example, appoint Joy for 2 or 3 years if she only had 1 year left on her term on the Conservation. So that's why I recommended writing it this way.
Okay. Okay, I think that's clear. Could I have a motion?
Motion to approve the Open Space Committee charge as amended.
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, thank you. Next, we have, I think we don't have anything more on the Green Community Grant in this package, right? Ed, you just have that as kind of a
As a
reminder?
pending item, waiting for
Yeah.
them to get back with those 3 specific other proposals.
Okay. So we'll jump right down to the ARPA applications and decision tracker updates. So in your package, you've got the update, I believe, from Judy, which is the short one, which is sort of showing round 2. We are up to 31 actual proposals now. So this tracker just shows you the date that we received it, the name of the project, and the amount requested. With that, we had a couple from our last meeting that we wanted to go back on, as well as we have 2 new ones, so.
Just on that tracker,
Yeah.
she says has been approved, right?
Yes, but still, we approved it by vote, but we're still waiting for it's in the package tonight.
Yeah.
The supplemental information, so maybe I jumped the gun by putting it approved, but we did actually approve it, but we do want to have the discussion briefly about the information they provided tonight, just, they answered our questions, I think, on that. Okay, but, yeah, this one didn't get, marked out in terms of the approved, so we've got to update her chart a little bit too. So we have, in the package, we still have the ones that I don't think I've seen anything new on, which are the integrated fire and security, right?
No, I've sent them 2 emails asking for further information and have not received a
There's
response.
nothing in from them, so we won't spend our time focusing on that. If we get other information, we will come back to it. Yeah, John?
I mean, we received it on June 22nd. Today is September
Right.
26th. It's been 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
I'm assuming the 2 email communication outreach happened greater than 7 days ago, right? You didn't send one today and one yesterday, right? They're spread out over time.
Yeah, I would probably say, and I'm going by my memory, that I sent one probably a week ago, and the one probably before that was probably maybe 4 to 5 weeks before that.
Yeah, we didn't actually discuss it, though, until August 30th meeting. That was our first discussion of the proposal. So it's been a month, yes, yeah, it's been, a little over a month, actually. So I think if we don't hear much by the next meeting, I don't know. I mean, I would think if they,
I was going to suggest we just close it out for the
I
response.
would probably do one other thing and say, okay, haven't had any luck with email, is there something
Make a
wrong
phone.
there?
make a phone call.
Make a phone call, send a
Yeah.
letter, yes.
Okay, let's do one more try and see if they don't have any response, then we will take a different direction on that one. The other one I think that was pending that we had put on hold last meeting was the Parks Commission. We wanted, I think we were generally in favor of their proposal to resurface the tennis courts, but we wanted a more recent updated quotation on the cost of that, because they had put in a cost from a year or so ago and put in an inflation factor that they had just kind of guesstimated, and we wanted something a bit more precise, and I don't see anything here on that either.
I took it upon myself to reach out to Vermont Recreational, who is the ones from the original quote, to ask for an updated quote. They first asked if I'd send them some. They first asked me if the cracks had gotten bigger since last year. I told them straight out, I don't know. So they asked if I'd take some photos of them. So I took some photos and sent them along. Then they followed up and said, originally they said they would just base the quote on the length of cracks they had listed from last year without me measuring them. And then they asked if I'd go measure them. Actually, Randall was kind enough to measure them for me. So I sent them that information. Probably mid last week or so. I am waiting to hear back for them on the updated quote from that information.
Okay, so maybe next meeting or
Yeah.
something, we'll have that information as well. That one should come forward, I would assume.
Yeah.
That one.
I have no doubts it'll come.
Will still be
forward.
on the table, okay. And then just briefly on Bishop's, we did vote to approve it because I think we said we wanted to give them a direct signal that we were in favor of it. We knew it was time sensitive because of the harvest season, et cetera. But we did ask them for a little bit of comparative analysis about wages and loss of revenue over the 6 months, and they have provided that in an email to us, which is in your packets, talking about their profit and loss between January and August of 21 versus 22. And I think they've made a pretty compelling argument. Unless anybody has any questions, I think we will just keep that as formally approved or reapproved, whatever we want to call it. We did get the supplemental information we asked for in a very timely fashion. Does anybody have any comments or questions, or you would like to treat that differently, or does that satisfy everybody's question about that one?
I think you responded to the questions, and the information certainly points to the impact on their business.
Okay. Anybody else, thoughts?
I think they provided what
Yeah.
satisfies me.
All right, so I think we'll consider that approved, so, fine. Next one, we have a new application from Good Eats To Go, which is in the request of $24,495. And I must say, Betsy Henneman, the manager of the business, solo manager, provided us lengthy documentation to go for her request. Combination of things here. Would anybody like to sort of try to talk about this? This is basically the drive-through sandwich shop up at Red Rock Plaza. Just started in 2021, right in the middle of COVID, basically, and did a lot of work, I know, providing go-to meals for the senior center when they were trying to use CARES Act money to provide meals for seniors at home. They did a lot of those kinds of catering, kinds of special lunches, I guess I would say, takeout lunches for the seniors, and that's been some of their business. So partly what she's talking about is a website and social media campaign and signage, probably expanding a little area right next to the shipping container that she's housed in right now for a little bit of a seating area, which would be on the side away from the highway, obviously, and a new sandwich prep station to keep everything, I guess, cold, but also ready in time. Hiring maybe a part-time employee, and I guess the other question was whether or not we could support her for catching up on, I guess, back bills, basically. She is behind in her bills, I think, from what I'm reading here.
10,000, 3,400.
Yeah, because at this point in time, as a new business startup, she really hasn't had a chance to be able to collect her own paycheck yet, so a lot of this is just sweat equity right into the business here. She's hoping to expand into business lunch catering as well. So that's kind of the outline of what she's asking for, so open to thoughts and discussion here. She has provided a number of estimates, or at least an estimate for each of the things she's talking about on the website and the signage, on the refrigerated prep station. She showed us some of her credit card balances in terms of being a bit underwater. Any questions, thoughts about this one?
I definitely support helping local businesses. I think that also came up in the survey of what to do with ARPA funds, number 3. So I think the townspeople do also. I think the requests that we've gotten so far from the businesses, I think one of them was clearly presented as a COVID public health emergency. I think another one was some unfortunate instances that played into it, perhaps in addition to the COVID, such as the bridge and fire and a startup business kind of thing. So I just was looking at the ARPA eligible spending category, and I was paying particular attention to what they checked off on those, and a few of them said other. So I guess I just want assurance from the board, I guess, that in and of itself, negative economic impact suffices to support a local business apart from respond to COVID or anything else, that in and of itself, that is a category that stands by itself. Because I think this particular, because you might think that a business with a drive-up would actually be in better shape during a COVID pandemic than other ones might be. So I'm just curious if people feel comfortable with a broad category of negative economic impact.
Well, I read this as some of it responds to economic impact, and the other is kind of building and getting resources that she needs so that she could stay in business and continue. So it's kind of like an investment and an impact, the way I read it.
I didn't bring my detailed categories on negative economic impact with me tonight to tell you more specifically how that reads out. I don't know if you have anything handy on some of yours, no? The things that we had gotten
You
from
mean the
Easthampton.
definitions rather than just the list?
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't bring that with me tonight, I'm sorry, and I didn't bring my laptop. John, do you have a sense of anything from your knowledge of other kinds of business, small businesses that have tried to look at negative economic impact, maybe other places you've heard of, from Holyoke to Westfield to anybody offhand? Is it, I mean,
No, for
the overall definition of negative economic impact? I mean, I think that was an approved category from ARPA, for sure, but.
I think there's enough supporting documentation in here to kind of justify, I mean, I mean, one of the flags for me is, you know, the catching up on personal expenses,
Yeah.
but if she's a sole proprietor and has been, in theory, using all that money to keep the business afloat, I mean, I guess one could play into it. I'm just concerned about this whole, I've been concerned about this whole process about non-municipal entities.
Yeah,
And it seems like, you know, one comes up and, you know, we can kind of get it, and there's more coming now. And then, you know, the feedback that I want to preference my next comments about everybody that's on the list. These are not specific to Go Eats. It's just a general statement to non-municipal entities that are applying. That I think we have to be cautious and possibly do some due diligence. This is money specifically earmarked for the overall benefit of the town of Southampton, and it's left to us to decide what meets that definition. So I'm concerned that if the you know, gossip lines are correct out there, that some of these businesses they're already in the market and have already signed agreements to close their Southampton locations and open in abutting towns. So I think, again, I'm talking about everybody on the list.
Yeah.
This isn't specified to the one. You know, I think we'd have to put some caveat on that, you know, if we do approve these, you know, and whether it's retro or not, you know, we can't, I mean, the two that we did, I think those are mute because those are in the past. But there's nothing in here that perhaps we missed the mark where we should have required sign-offs from the tax collector. You know, I don't want to get in this, I wouldn't want to be in the spot where I approved for ABC company and find out that, you know, that they're delinquent. They're a sole proprietor, which means that their house attaches to it and that, you know, they haven't paid their taxes in 2 years and there's a lien on it. Again, this is all hypothetical. I'm just saying, I don't think we have enough checks and balances here. The difficult for me is, when do we implement this since we've
Right.
already approved something?
right, good point.
Or is it just, and everybody else is comfortable with it? But I have a hard time giving out money to a company that you know, again, on paper for all the right reasons, but knowing that they're in the process of moving to Easthampton.
Oh, yeah, no.
So,
No, if that were true, I mean, I definitely would not be in favor of that. Obviously, it's got to be a Southampton business or it doesn't qualify.
well, they are at the time they applied, or they were at the time they applied.
But we don't stipulate that they need to remain in Southampton for 3 years, 5 years, something.
We don't tie anything to it. And the other thing is, excluding the church, because I think that was a little more cut and dry, the other business that we approved, we had the business owner come in so we could ask the questions.
Right.
Here, they haven't. Now, we probably haven't, I don't know if we've asked or not. I don't know what the emails say, other than supporting documents.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, no, I mean, I think maybe because they had put in so many supporting documents, I don't know that we had asked specifically that they also come in to talk to us. Maybe just as a thought, we could just table this until the next meeting and give us a chance to review more clearly the negative economic impact category. And just be
Yeah.
sure that we're not, you know, in a real gray area here, just so that we're, you know, protecting the town and, you know, being good stewards with the money that we've been given to administer here. And maybe we could even just do a double check with a couple of other neighboring towns that we know have had more experience putting out their ARPA money to see how they might have
Yeah.
treated something like
Right.
this.
Did they put any restrictions on
Yeah,
that?
are there any, yeah,
I
and
know
not,
Holyoke
just
gave a lot of
just-
money to businesses.
right, I mean, just to give us that for a category, I think you're right, John, I don't know that we were totally thinking about the private businesses and how that would, you know, come to us at the time, and so it's not bad to
And they
just,
didn't all show up at once?
No, they didn't.
Because then I think we would
Right.
have seen the scale.
sure, right.
You know, and
Yeah, and that's fine, and we did specifically do the outreach to them, so I mean, you know, we have asked them to, you know, think about ARPA, so I have no problem with still keeping that category and continuing there, but I would maybe suggest that we could just take a pause this meeting and not take action on this, and come back to it next meeting, and I will do a little bit of research and see what I can come back with on that. How's that?
I'll send you this document, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Joy, go ahead.
I haven't been involved with the private business applications, but looking through this application and the Bashista Orchards application, I feel like for me personally, it would be very helpful to have the business owner here because unlike the town applications, we don't have access to a lot of the information that we have these questions about. And so I feel like I'm going through this and I just have a lot of questions. And so it would be very helpful for them to be present.
Well, we could invite the person for the next meeting and hope she could attend, yeah, ready?
I have a document here that talks about addressing negative impacts, support to small businesses. I'll send it to you, but all three of the bullet points say COVID-19.
Okay.
It says aid to impacted industries such as tourism, travel, hospitality, and other impacted industries that respond to the negative economic impacts of COVID-19.
What is negative, and how far does that reach?
Yeah.
Like, we're still dealing with negative impacts now in regards to inflation.
to
Like,
know.
are we
I mean-
how far does that go?
Right. Exactly, and, you know, in a business, and I don't know exactly, I'm not remembering exactly when this business opened up, but it was definitely during COVID. Because I know that they were functioning, doing some of these things, yeah,
It was 2021.
2021, yeah, exactly.
So they were-
Anyway, so let's, if everybody's in agreement with that, let's just put that on hiatus for a moment. Is that okay?
That's
Do you
fine.
need a motion to just hold it till next time?
Do we need a motion?
Sure, let's
So
just do that.
moved.
All right. Everybody in favor?
All
Aye.
right.
Who seconded?
I don't think anyone did.
I sort of moved it, you.
Oh, second? I'll second
You
it.
second,
Okay, 'cause I had
okay,
you
whatever.
as
Okay,
the
yeah,
motion.
that's fine.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, and then we'll see if she could possibly join us at the next meeting as well. Okay, the next one we have is our financial software, I believe, Ed, from the financial team.
Yes.
So that would be Ed, Bradley, and Jen.
So we have received two quotes, one from Springbrook, which is the web-based platform which would be equivalent to our SoftWrite system, and the other is from Veda. And I will say they are two totally different systems. The Springbrook system actually would encompass everything. The Vadar system encompasses most everything except it does not have an HR module. So we would have to go out and use a, shall we say, HR or payroll company such as Harper's. Actually, that is factored into this particular cost, but like I said, we would have to go outside the system. I will say this, I like the idea of implementation and the data changeover from the Springbrook perspective, because they already have the soft rights, so I'm going to make the assumption that will be smooth. Right now, probably the biggest con for Springbrook, in my mind, is the fact that while they have soft right customers in Massachusetts, and they are currently implementing some of their clients to Springbrook, right now there is not a Springbrook, Massachusetts client. So that kind of throws up a little red flag in my mind. In Veda, and like I say, in Vader's probably the most popular financial software company currently in Massachusetts, as far as the number of municipal clients it has. I am sure the fact that we would have to go out and engage another company for the HR and payroll piece. I'm not thrilled with, but I could definitely probably live with it. On either of the two, and both of these incorporate, because the water commissioners and water departments seem to be willing to change over from utilizing point for their existing billing and metering system. Both of these proposals incorporate that module. However, neither one of them incorporate, we're going to have to pay point to bring that information over to a new software company. My guess is they know they have their clients, so I wouldn't be surprised if that cost were between $10,000 and $15,000, which would be additional to these. At this point, Bradley, Jen, and I have had the demonstrations from the three companies. They'll both do far more than we existingly have, definitely. Both by taking away, shall we say, they will be less manually redundant. The reporting functions will be greater. Basically at this point, the three of us have to coordinate our efforts and follow up with the references that the two different companies have given us, and follow up and find out what our counterparts in those communities that are using these think and say about the product. But at this point, what I have brought forward as far as the dollar amount is what would be the high dollar amount if we did all the modules for everything with the, shall we say, higher priced vendor.
So Springbrook is actually higher priced than Vadar?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to, as we talk about the modules, just to recap for anybody who's listening. So the financial suite would be basically all of our accounting work, payroll, and tax collection. Those are three different products that they would offer, right?
Correct. And currently we do use the payroll module. We don't use the tax collection module. We actually use point on that side of things, along with what I will say is utility billing for the water department.
Okay, and so they have tax collection and utility billing as separate products then?
Yes.
There's a human resource management one as well. And what is the employee self-service? What is that?
It's actually a module where you can set up an item on your website to have an employee, shall we say, sign in or whatever and be able to utilize, whether it's, benefits or what have you for,
You can do time
for
off requests through
information.
employee
Yeah.
self-service.
It's also where they would access their W-2s and their pay stubs, so
Right.
they would all
Okay.
the mailing and
Yep.
papers.
Got it, okay, okay. Mhm. All right. And what are the drawbacks about not having Springbrook in Massachusetts? I mean, and you're not even just talking Western Mass, you're talking,
I'm talking all of Massachusetts,
where are they, if they're not here?
other parts of the country.
Yeah,
Like I say, they have evolved over the years. They have bought up other financial software companies and what have you. West Springfield, where I came from, still has SoftWrite at this point in time. They are, they are also going through the same thing of, okay, what do, they're looking to upgrade, so that they're going through the same process. But like I say, when there's not a financial software base in, currently in the municipality, that number one, you can actually go check on and say, well, how does this information seem to come over and coincide with whether it's, DOR reports or DESI reports or things like that. And it makes me a little angst, shall we say.
and would either of these have any use for the assessors department, given our shorthandedness in the assessors department for,
The assessors would still use Vision, however, the integration between Vision and whether it be Springbrook or Vadar for doing what we will call the bridge between the evaluation side and the actual billing side, I think will work very well.
So is Springbrook really the two collective? It's not an and or? It's one for 73,000 and one for 55,000 as a package?
For total,
It's based on what's in the packet before us. The 73,000 is just finance, payroll, and tax collection.
Right.
The 55,000 is utility building.
Right,
billing,
that's, the utility module.
employee self-service and human resource.
Correct.
And
Which actually either one of these companies, my recommendation is that we do utilize all their modules.
right, so what would be, if anything, what is the offsetting savings by eliminating, because there's something in its place right now, right? Is there, right now you go to Unibank and you pay your property taxes, which creates an automatic feed that feeds into the treasurer's office. So are we paying anything for that is gonna offset this? As an example. I get the utility one because water department's probably gonna pick
Yeah.
that bill up.
No, they're all gonna have annual ongoing software support costs, which are actually more than we're currently paying. So basically I would say it's more inefficiencies.
Yeah.
Both, like I say, and it's hard to, shall we say, quantify is individual A and Department D now on their computer does up a warrant summary, attaches it to, the invoices, brings it to town hall, drops it at the accounting office.
That's the efficiency of man hours, but you use
Right.
did you say Point Blank is currently the software being used?
point?
Point is currently the software used for tax billing and also utility billing
So
for the water department.
If we implemented this, that would go away.
That would go away.
And it costs less than this, but it's something. Right, because if we approve this, we're committing, well, this will get to my next question, $128,000 annually going forward. But how long are these
Well,
discounts?
that's not
Because they're-
128,000 annually going forward. That's the conversion cost plus one year's support costs.
Okay,
So
so whatever
go-
the
What's the
support is, which
ongoing
is
support?
X,
Yeah.
Right, so
which they're giving us 50% discounts. How long are the discounts good for?
so going forward, let's see if I can find.
So
it
the
in
annual
here.
pricing is 21,007 on the first one and 11,008 on the second one,
Yeah, but
Right.
that 21,000, I mean,
That's-
those are all almost,
32,
except for the finance suite, everything's a 50% discount.
correct.
So you, in theory, and they're proposing 3 years, so I'm guessing the discount's good for 3 years. So at the end of 3 years, should we anticipate double the price when the discounts go away? Otherwise, why have them in there? Why not just mark the price as what it is?
Yeah, I'd have to take a look at that.
Yeah. And my other feedback is,
I'm reading that right.
I have a hard time with any organization that wants to retain payroll. The liability associated with it and doing the 941s and the W-2s and the W-4s timely and accurately, and in theory, if you're running it correctly, you're tying your workers' comp codes into it. It's gotta be hours of work in that office that A, we're paying somebody to do, and we're also paying, with the discount, $5,000 a year for it, that through Harper's or Universal Payroll, you wouldn't even pay that much to outsource that.
I know the plug figure for Harper's in the Vadar is 7,000.
Yeah. I just say, there's a huge liability in doing your own payroll in-house, when we're not, most municipal treasurers are not payroll experts.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I would agree with that.
So you're saying it might be better to go with a Vadar that would then outsource it to Harper?
Well, my guess is you could do Springbrook without the payroll function.
Oh, I see.
And you outsource that.
I see.
Yeah, I mean, the advantage in my mind is the fact that,
It's all tied.
well, not necessarily that. I like the fact that you could do Springbrook and then it would be our choice to outsource the human resource module rather than buying into something that requires us to.
Oh, okay.
I like the choice.
So
rather
so
than-
Vadar
rather
is
than be
limited.
told.
So Vadar comes without payroll or without human resource, which one?
Correct.
Both of them?
They're tied together,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
So that comes without it. So we would have no choice but to outsource
To Harper's or
going to
someone
Harper's.
else,
Okay.
correct.
Whereas Springbrook, we could or could not if we decided
Yeah.
to not take all the modules.
Right. The, shall we say, the Vadar's partnership is currently with Harper's. So we get all the efficiencies if we happen to choose Harper's rather than another company.
Have you been able to reach out to other towns or anyone that has used these to figure out what they're liking or not liking, or?
That is our next part of this
Okay.
project.
So I like the direction it's going in. I don't know that I
Yeah.
personally am ready.
Ready to-
You're not prepared to make a recommendation one way or the other at this moment. You're just providing an update.
I'm providing an update, but I also want to, shall we say, in my own mind, guarantee there are funds there when we do make a recommendation.
It all depends on how fast you act.
So you want to,
I like that.
so you want to earmark X number of dollars for this, but we haven't decided on which company we're going to go
Right,
with.
and like I say, I'm, as long as the select board knows this is a request, you know, and it's sitting in the back of their minds, I'm comfortable is
Yeah.
saying, here's an update, you know, here's the two proposals and what they're looking like it's gonna cost. Like I say, it's probably gonna be about an additional, in my mind, probably $10,000 to pay the point for the conversion of the data. But like I say, within, I would say, by your, say, 2 meetings from now, we should have done, finished our homework with talking to the references.
Okay. And I'm just trying to compare apples and apples here. So at Vadar, as I'm looking at this, the bottom line looks like 189,000, but that's a 6-year contract, no? Is that
Right, I mean, the Vadar comes out and again, this is conversion and annual cost, so in year 2, you could drop down to the annual cost. The Vadar for equivalent to that 128, in my mind, is about 75, not counting the 10. So yes, the Vadar
Yeah.
would be cost less than the Springbrook does.
Well, I mean, not unlike what we did
More than half.
maybe with the public safety complexes, we put in a figure of 75,000, right?
Well, like I say,
For that, without having any
I
support
don't
background.
think you're gonna spend the $600,000 that's still out there
Right.
in the next month. So
Yeah.
I just want to make you aware and not get,
Yeah. Well, it's good to get it
Shut out.
on the radar. I mean, I think we've been expecting it. We've certainly been talking about financial software upgrade for a couple of years now. So it's good to see that we've gotten, the presentations and the financial team has heard these and tried to figure out what could be most beneficial to them. And I think a large part of it will be work efficiency from what you're saying. I mean, it sounds like
Well,
just
I
the
think-
time spent not doing things manually will be a great advantage.
like I say, there's two things. I think there's work efficiencies, number one. Number two, I think there's definitely, by far, more reporting options that we are
What we have
able
now.
to, utilize rather than what we are stuck for
Right.
now in the CAN program, so.
Okay.
My
What-
ju-
Sorry.
Yeah, Reedy,
Yeah,
go ahead. Sorry.
2 points. One is I think that any system is only as good as people's knowledge and maximizing the use of the software. So if people don't revert back to old practices of doing things the more manual, old-fashioned way, that's important. And the other thing is, I just want to make sure that whatever software is selected maximizes all the departments, because I know there's been a lot of discussion, Chris brought it up about the assessor's office, but also what is the connection between permitting and the building inspector's office, and then it translating over to assessed value? I mean, are we making sure that we're maximizing its use to as many departments as possible? And do the modules in any way address any of those other departments other than the main 3 financial ones?
Well, they do in the fact that going forward, and no, we're not going to make the boards and committees do this because they don't have, shall we say, municipal computers or whatever. But, going forward, whether it's town administrator's department or doing warrants for the select board or the highway department doing theirs or the COA doing theirs, they're gonna be doing those warrant summaries and payrolls on the computer rather than by hand.
All the
And then
paperwork.
passing them
Oh,
off
yeah.
and having someone else.
That would be amazing.
Which, if we load the budget, will automatically eliminate any deficit spending. Because you won't be able to push it through.
Well, yeah, I mean, even now,
Ideally.
you shouldn't be able to do that because the red flags do come up
Yeah.
when you overspend that account. But yes, that person that's actually entering that invoice and that warrant summary is going to get the same warning.
Right, and utilizing the system makes the department heads better because they'll see their line items, they'll know if they mispunch it.
Yeah.
What do you mean I'm over to, oh, I hit the wrong number.
Yeah.
Right, it really should be this instead of that. On the Vadar one, they give you 2 payment options, which are tied to state contracts, right? So it can be flat, same amount every month or every year for 6 months at 0% interest, or we can pay the conversion fee in the first year and then take like a $7,000 reduction. We end up paying the same amount of money in both scenarios, but if, 6 years, 0% financing, what if we just front-loaded it and paid it all at once, and future value of money, they give us actually a discount.
There we go, yep.
That's the question.
That'd be a negotiating point?
When we get there, we will.
Okay.
And I just asked him for the state contract because it's the easier way to go, but I also have to now take a look and say, I know that we're using ARPA funds, and there's special federal requirements for procurement, which I'm gonna have to double check, so we might not be able to use a state contract anyway. But one other difference in the two systems, but we did load up Vadar, is with the Springbrook system, we get basically infinite amount of users, you know. With the Vadar system, they actually charge us a different amount by the number of users that is utilized. So Bradley and Jen and I sat down and kind of went over that, and we cooked it up quite a bit. I think originally when Jen and Vicky were looking at this, they had asked for like 6 users. I believe, I'll have to go back and double check my number. I think we asked for either 18 or 19 users in the Vadar quote this time, on the theory again that, okay, it's not just gonna be the town administrator's office, the accounting office, and the collector treasurer's office using this, but we are going to push it out to at least our departments so that they can utilize it on payroll and vendor warrants.
Yeah.
And the Springbrook law software, correct?
I wouldn't be surprised.
That's how they got in the mass market.
Yeah, I mean, and I can't remember at the time who SoftWrite bought out probably, oh God, maybe 20 years ago, but I believe they bought out whatever financial software system we were using in West Springfield at that time.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I've used both SoftWrite and Vadar.
Yeah.
And I would never use Vadar again,
Really?
but and I can tell you what community it is that uses it off the public record,
Okay,
All right, good.
from a financial person.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
Department heads, different story.
okay. All right, so at this point, are we, how are we wanting to take action on this? We're gonna not take a vote in terms of this, but do we want
You
to,
can just let us sit.
just let it
as an
sit? We have the amount in there, we aren't adding the amount into any of our totals in terms of any approvals, et cetera, but we know we have at least the amount for, basically, this is the Springbrook amount that you've put in there, rather than the Vadar amount, is that right? Yeah, okay. So we have that in there, so in the next go-round, somewhere in the next couple weeks, hopefully, if we have more information, we'll come back and treat these that are still kind of on hold, okay? All right, moving off of the ARPA applications and decision, we did ask for one quarterly report a little bit ahead of time, and that was the Board of Health quarterly report, which I believe has been distributed.
Yes.
And, I don't know, Ed, do you want to go through it? You've probably talked to the director more than we have, just in terms of the details that she's provided here. This is for the,
This is for the
3 hours.
3 extra weekly hours for the health director, and I don't know,
Yeah.
how much in detail you want me to go through, but the amount that were awarded was $4,751.24. The balance remaining is $3,841.80. And this is the quarterly report for July, August, and I will say, shall we say, maybe half to 3/4 of September.
I don't think you need to read it, we've got it in terms of the various activities here, but
Okay.
have people had a chance to look at that, and are these the
Yeah,
kinds of things? Yep.
I've read it, I mean, it is what it is. My recollection of my own individual question of what I thought this report was gonna resolve is, what are the 3 hours per week that are being worked? I.e., day here are the 3 hours, and here, what happened, or why?
My understanding, and only because I've talked to Jerry a little bit about it, is that varies, I think, but it's Monday through Thursday. To my knowledge, she's not working on Friday, is that right, Ed?
Right, but
Correct.
This is extra time on Monday
Monday
through
through
Thursday.
Thursday, and I guess it varies in terms of what occurs on that particular week, so it might be an extra
Yeah.
hour on Monday or
So-
2 hours
but
on
as a-
Tuesday.
again, I don't want, it's difficult to do this without talking about the individual, but the position is an hourly position, and they fill in an
Right.
hourly time card. So therefore, somewhere on that time card, oh, here's where I did the extra hour or
Right.
0.5, and this is what occurred, so.
Right, so somebody
the-
would see that, yeah. On the warrant, yeah.
Right, I mean, because there's a couple of things on here where it's partaking in a phone call, a statewide phone call. My guess is that's happening during typical business hours, which the position's already working. So I don't know, I just, and I also don't want to nitpick and I don't want to focus in on it. I just thought it was pretty clear that because this came up simultaneously to the salary people getting a half day on Fridays, that you say you need it, we're with you, we support you, but you've got to give the details. Here's the 3 hours this week, and this is why and what happened. And it should match up on the timesheet.
You could easily just get a copy of the timesheets.
The timesheet would show the hours. The timesheet isn't going to show the activities that were done.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're asking that the report show the activity.
I
Well,
mean,
it does more or less, but it's interspersed during regular working hours.
Yeah, I mean, your timesheet would have whatever hours were worked on whatever day.
Yes.
That would be extra hours, but you're not going to have any level of detail on your timesheet about the activities that were done.
I can only go by my past experience. If my normal schedule was Monday, let's just say Monday through Thursday, because that's what this position is, and it's 8:30 to 3:30, right? Those are my times. So it's either I'm working before 8:30 or I'm working after 3:30. And then it's an exception to what my normal hours are. So therefore, to get my supervisor to sign off on it, I'd have to give a justification as to why I'm using those extra hours. So they would be on that timesheet and the supervisor would be like, you're based at X, you've done 3 extra, we're allowed to do it. Do these 3 extra hours that you did comply with what we got the money for? Yes, I sign it, and off it goes.
Okay, Ed?
This is theoretical, and I'm going to pick on myself and say I'm an hourly employee instead of a salaried employee. I work Monday through Friday, and we'll just say it's 8:30 to 4. COVID comes along. During my regularly scheduled hours, I partake of COVID updates from DPH, FEMA, MEMA, MMA. I did that during my regular hours. But now, because of that, I have regular duties that I wasn't able to get to, and now I have to do that before hours, after hours, on weekends. So now I'm putting down, oh, I checked the payroll after hours, or I wrote a contract after hours. Not related to the specific use or appropriation or approval, however, driven there by the approved use or appropriation.
Which you would just add that explanation. I don't see where the disconnect is happening here. That's a valid example you just gave. Because during my regular hours between here and here, I had to commit to COVID-19, which this isn't even COVID related anymore because we're past that window. But because I had to do this, I took this work and it shifted up here. It's just a,
Yeah. I think if anything, maybe it's our payroll system that hasn't lent itself to that in timesheets. I mean, if anything, it's been a discussion. It's probably not, certainly not documented. I mean, when Ed says, hey, I'm going to stay a couple extra hours today because I've got to work on this contract, we may have talked about it, but it's not.
but he's salary.
He's salary.
I know,
Different
I know,
rules
but I mean,
apply
if
there.
that were an example,
Oh.
I mean, all I'm saying is there's nothing that I've seen on any payroll when I was reading the warrants for any department about anybody.
Did you look at the underlying supporting documents, the
Yeah,
timesheets?
in terms of the timesheets, yes. I mean, the
Yeah, they're
timesheets are
just
there.
in, time out, personal
Right.
time,
So it's a
vacation.
daily time in, time out, sick day, whatever, time off. But there's no
Well,
place that I saw for anybody or requirement that I ever saw for anybody to put down what I did during these extra hours. If that's in the PQB manual, I have no idea, but I surely never saw it when I was signing off on warrants on anybody. I don't know.
But wouldn't that have been separate anyways for the purposes of this? Does that make sense? Like, wouldn't she have been keeping track of what she was doing, those 3 extra hours for the purposes of our quarterly report?
Well, I think that's part of what led into the quarterly report information is these are the activities that got accomplished, I assume.
But
That's
not
how I'm
the
reading it.
hours.
We're in
I
the
see what you're
extra
saying,
3
John.
hours.
Yeah. Reading?
I just wanted to make 2 points, and one is, I just want to go on record as being against what's written on the ARPA tracker. It says the original FY '23 budget wish list requested, which was moved to ARPA, 3 additional extra hours per week. There were a lot of requests on the wish list for the FY '23 budget, so I didn't, that's not something I support, that idea, that it almost gives justification for the hours because it was on the wish list and then it was switched over to ARPA. That's not actually the way I remember it happening. I thought there were somewhat 2 separate things that happened, that the wish list was not approved. The Conservation Commission, I think, was an example of one that was switched over to the ARPA, but this was, I thought, was more of an independent request. So when it's listed as a wish list, it almost makes it sound like it's justification because it was on a wish list, which a lot of things were that didn't get funded by ARPA. And the second thing is, the way this was funded was something that was not the way it was intended by my vote when it originally happened. I've already belabored the point multiple times, and I don't plan on doing that anymore. So I just wanted to say that this was not what I intended when I voted initially for support of this position, and the emergency declaration is over, so I'm not sure why FY '23, this is a request when it wasn't a request in FY 2021, 22.
Okay, I do, in my head, I do recall this being on the wish list for the budget when we had the 2 columns. And the original request for extended hours, remember, we had them go back and take a look at their existing budget to cover that, and they did find that they could cover that out of another line item. And then this was a separate request that was on the budget spreadsheets that we got at the time.
Right.
And you're true that not everything that was on the wish list got funded, and not everything, made it over to
I
ARPA.
saw it as a
That is true.
separate request for additional funding. They had covered the additional in their own budget, and then they applied for additional ones, but it wasn't because it was on the wish list, because a lot of things were on the wish list and were not funded by ARPA.
Got it, okay. All right, so what we had said was that we had, we had approved this amount of time, at the time, and we had authorized the release of 1/4 of it, I believe it was.
Right, quarterly increments contingent
Quarterly
with
increments,
reports.
and that we wanted this report a little bit earlier so that we weren't coming up against the quarter, because the way I scheduled the quarterly reports was to have people finish their quarter and then give us a report within 2 weeks later, which made it the October 15th deadline for everybody else who's out there that needs to get reports into us. But we asked the Board of Health to get us this report earlier because this would implicate whether or not we had money, we would authorize money to be released for the next quarter, which begins very soon. So what is anybody's thinking here? I mean, I think we have to figure out where we're going with this. I don't think we're in the position of trying to micromanage everybody's daily schedule and budget, personally. We had the discussion, whether we all agreed or understood it at the time, maybe we didn't. But I find it hard to go back on a decision that's been made.
Well, you're right, we did make a vote, we did approve it, we approved the first 90 days. And we would,
Which is
and
where
then
we
we
are.
encumbered the rest of the money.
Correct, right, which is where we are.
So one could interpret it that without further action by us, this ends. And the encumbered money falls back because they were, in my mind, they were giving a specific answer or specific requirements to file the quarterly report. And it was to meet certain standards. If there's an interpretation of that that's different, okay, so be it. I will get more than willing to give the chair of the Board of Health the benefit of the doubt. She prepared this list and signed off on it. I'll take her at her word that she has underlying documents that meets the good faith effort, but I don't know about this going forward, in my view. So that's just my take. I don't know what everybody else wants to do.
Anybody? Joy, Francine?
Yeah, I'm looking at this and trying to I thought what we asked for, what was,
Yeah.
that those 3 hours, what did you really dedicate your activities to? And I see these all interspersed all day long, and I think we were looking just for a little more specificity about how the time is used. But, as Ed was saying, you know, these things come up and they have to get done, and if, you know, it rolls over into that extra 3 hours, some of the things that we would normally expect to be done during the, you know, the regular time. So it's really, it's hard to evaluate it, quite honestly, for me.
Yeah, and I think, you know, in terms of the reporting, if you remember, I did a revised letter to the Board of Health noting the requirement to get in a quarterly report earlier than others because of how we had laid out this decision and the time frame of it. I don't believe I think I asked for the level of specificity, but I did not go into any great detail in terms of these are the kinds of things we want you to report on. So perhaps, again, that's a error on my part in terms of communication, but I don't know what level of specificity is required. Then I think somebody else is going to have to help me understand that.
Well, no, Chris, you made a valid point. You know, it's again, there's a huge difference between salary and hourly people. Hourly people have to be held to a much higher standard only because of the Mass General Law requirements of the triple damages. You have to account for everything. So when they're signing that timesheet and they're putting on those extra hours, there should be an explanation there. Now, granted, past practice here in the town of Southampton, apparently from what I'm hearing tonight, is we threw that out the window and haven't required that. So, you know, I guess I'll retract my statement. I'm willing to, you know, hold my nose and let the $3,800 go, but I won't support any additional hours going forward after this without clear, decisive documentation for the hourly employees. Salary is different. Salary, you take the salary, you assume you're going to work 168 hours a week to get it done, and which we do a little differently here too, you know, because there's a lot of salary people here that they often get up to the podium and say, well, I only have so many hours to do this. That's not why you're on salary. You know, that's all part of the negotiations, and in theory, a salary person should be doing about 60 hours a week. Some weeks they're going to do 30 and they'll get out, but there's a bigger problem than just this one individual case, and I don't want to make this situation, you know, the scapegoat here, so.
Okay, Joy? Anything?
No, I mean, I just have a lot of questions, but if the board feels comfortable moving forward, then I do as well.
What's your question, Joy?
Like, for example, the vaccine clinic, how long was that? Was it the extra 3 hours? Did she work the extra 3 hours Monday? Like, that was on a Saturday. So just things like that.
There were very few vaccines given out. It was run by the Northampton Health Department, but I think that, you know, that there needed to be a Southampton, you know, Board of Health person there, whether it be one of the board members.
I'm not
They could have
justifying
been.
her being there. I'm just wondering what
Right.
the hours were spent.
Right, if we're asking for hours, it
Yeah.
should have specified, yeah.
Well, again. Okay.
So some of these are just one-time activities, not a picture.
Yeah, they're not
Of consistent.
recurring.
See, one of the things that I would have recommended a while ago, and it's beyond, you know, whatever the expression is, the horse is already out of the barn, is once, it was never my intention to bypass the PQB and the regular way of saying, we're just going to increase your hours. I think giving a COVID sort of bonus would have prevented the things that are currently happening from happening. But as soon as we realized that it wasn't being handled the same way, and it's basically counted as regular hours and subject to all benefits and retirement, then I think I would have preferred to have gone back and redistributed the money differently. Then we wouldn't be discussing what hours and what activities. It would be, this is similar to the premium pay situation, where we didn't have to increase someone's hours. It's just, you know, once you do things like that, you open yourself up, I think, to problems.
And I guess I'm not seeing how we could go back and do that kind of track that you've just proposed, though, at this point in time. I mean, do you see that? I mean,
Well, it was brought to our attention the second week of the fiscal year because of an error on the payroll. The extra hours were added to the operating budget as opposed to ARPA. So at that particular point, it was realized the treasurer let us know that because it's regular hours, it has to be treated as regular hours. So I suppose we could have done something at that particular point, but anyway,
We didn't, yeah.
I've said enough about it. I don't support
I
it.
think the question is one, if we fail to do anything right now, there's no more money. So either we release another 90 days or the next 3 quarters and say that this is an acceptable format going forward, or we remain silent and then the funding stops because the PPP form that came through, it was only approved provided that the funding was in place. And since we put a stopgap here, so you get the first quarter and then we hold it,
I mean, there is an option of doing just another 90 days, if you'd like to do that. And that would get you
And
October, November, December. That's, you know, theoretically, I would think if we're heading into the winter months, we would be having more activities to deal with COVID. But, or another 6 months, whatever.
well, you're right about that. Because there may be an uptick in much more activity.
Not without documentation.
I'm not saying that. I'm
You
just
document it, you can do
saying
it.
that may be the situation we all find ourselves in.
Well, but going forward then, if now that's a little bit clearer in terms of what we would like to see, that there has got to be something to the person that signs the timesheet talking about the extra 3 hours were spent doing X, Y, and Z, if that's a requirement we have.
so I like that. My hesitation with that is we're passing a rule right now that
Right.
only applies to one individual, so I don't like that
Yeah.
piece.
Exactly, I agree.
Although this doesn't apply to anybody else right now, because there's nobody else in this situation.
I mean, I feel like we ought to at least get the monies available through the winter season, personally. Through another 120 days, so that would take it through March. But then could just, you know, clarify the level of expectation that we have and hope that that would be understood well, to try to give us more information about what happens during those 3 hours, why they're really necessary.
I mean, honestly, one of the things that I thought I would pull out of this is whether or not seeing these times and on here and the interruptions and all that, and seeing the pattern, would that be enough on the next round to justify a permanent adjustment to the spot? Because it's kind of like doing the time study, right? That, you know, versus the old, writing down every 15 minutes.
Yeah.
It's when you have to operate outside of it, what's going on? It's just, but again,
Okay, any further thoughts, Francine? If not,
No.
let's decide where we're going. Do we have a motion for any action at this point in time?
I'll make a motion to approve another 90 days.
And I would second that.
Okay,
And to be clear, 90 days would be up to the end of December,
okay,
Yeah.
right?
all right.
And for a similar report to be filed,
And look at December, and as Chris suggested, get us through the winter through March.
right?
Look at that time frame.
All right, so then here we are again with my report schedule being
Yeah.
cockeyed. Also in the middle of holidays, at the end of December.
Just have to, we will have to put together a definitive letter defining this one report, just like we did previously.
Yeah, okay. Okay, all right, so we have a motion for 90 days, and that's been seconded by Francine, right? Okay, if no further discussion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
4-1, motion passes. All right, thank you. Next, Assistant Town Accountant update. Ed?
Yes, and Bradley did receive some additional applications, and we are starting the interview process later this week.
Mhm.
That's good. How
Okay.
many applicants? All right.
How many applicants or how many viable applicants?
Okay. I mean, about how many interviews you're gonna have? At least three choices?
We've got 2 scheduled this week.
Okay,
Good, okay.
okay.
So the open positions right now within general government right now are the PA, and I think there's a volunteer coordinator in the senior center and the assistant town accountant. Is there any other vacant positions in the building?
The assessor.
Well,
Aside from-
conservation agent,
Library director?
What's that?
Library
Library
director.
yeah,
And the
not
assessor.
in this building, but yeah.
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 Is there anything else you can think of in terms of being able to recruit for positions, or it just seems like there's such a huge length of time in hiring and replacing. And I'm just wondering if there's anything else that we can do as a town to recruit for open positions, short of having an HR department.
$5,000, $10,000 signing bonus? I mean, other than that, I'm seeing, not only municipalities, but, businesses
Oh, yeah.
going through the same thing. I just saw, and I can't remember who it was, but there's some municipality doing, like a job, what do you call it, forum, conference, or, whatever, to, just have people come in and put in
Like a job fair.
applications.
Yeah.
Holyoke's giving $10,000 signing bonuses, and they're putting it on a vesting schedule over 3 years in order to get it.
Yeah.
So you don't get it all on day one,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and they're using the ARPA money for that. I think that's a sticky wicket, because
maybe
what are you gonna do to everybody that's been here?
Retention.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
that's the hard part, yeah, exactly.
It's very difficult.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if there was anything else that
Yeah.
anybody thought, because there is a long gap.
Yeah, no, I'm hoping that maybe these will yield a viable candidate. I mean, I would love to have somebody else upstairs and not leave Bradley kind of alone in his office up there. I mean, I think he and Ellen got along well and worked well together, so it's always beneficial to have somebody working with you, I think. So the sooner we can get somebody, the best.
No, I can solve that. I can swap offices with them if you'd like. Then I'll be, and Judy will keep me company,
There
so
we
at least I won't be alone up there.
You're not swapping offices until you organize your
Yeah, I'm
office.
gonna say, you have to clean up
That's my
your
way
own
of
office
organizing
first.
my office, John.
Yeah.
Leaving it?
If Bradley would quit the next day, if you got your office.
Right.
Right, all right, moving on. All right, let's take a look at this. We finally have this PVPC Shared Human Resources Draft Report that came out through this is from the product from the DLTA grant that we got, that I know both Francine, John, and Ed have been involved in somewhat with the PVPC and the Collins Center, and this was a grouping of 5 towns: Blandford, Chester, Goshen, Southampton, and Westhampton.
And Worthington joined.
Oh, Worthington came in too?
Subsequent to the
Oh, okay.
original award.
To identify short and long-term HR needs and determine the way forward. So this is the report we've been waiting for over time, and so I don't know who's had the most contact. Francine, have you had the
Well,
most?
I have attended I've attended all of the meetings. I have to say that, first off, it's kind of disappointing. This report is like 6 months overdue. And what I find most interesting in the report is the data, the comparison
Yeah,
among
me
the
too.
towns.
Yeah.
I looked at that and I thought that was terrific, but that doesn't get me to,
A decision.
a decision about what model. Although I do want to make a comment on one category of report that represents Southampton, and that's the one for the number of employees on page 15.
Yeah.
If you look 9, 10, 195, 48, 25. I mean, first of all, I would back the school out of that number. I know they're employees of the town, but they're not an HR obligation, so to speak, for the town. So I would estimate that that's probably 50% of that 195 are school employees. So, because I'm looking at the formula, if we go forward with this, of how
Are the charges?
the dues or the payments are going to be prorated, and if it's anything like what we live with our, you know, with the Hampshire Regional, I mean, this is like 400% of everyone else. So our portion would be quite substantial. And the other eye opener here is that, and I'm not saying that they're incorrect, that the annual salary for this position would be in the $120,000 category, which far exceeds anything. And our portion of it, based on these numbers, could be something like 70%.
Yeah.
For someone who would work 2 or 3 days. So it doesn't leave me with clear paths in terms of selecting a model. But we wanted everyone to see this so that you could kind of be brought up to speed of where it is, look at what some of the proposed choices are for us, at a time when perhaps we still have input, because this is only a draft. If we could have some input into this report, if you could envision other ways of doing things or other, this would be the time to do it. And that's why this is very timely, because we're meeting again in early October, later in October, but we have to get the information to the author, to Mary from the Collins Center, in order to have it reflected in this report. Whether it's our concerns based on the data, whether it's our concerns based on the model that she's proposing. I think the outcome of this would be one more step in terms of another study, would be putting together a pilot based on these models, hoping that it's grant funded, so up to now we get to refine our methodology a little bit more and our plan for how this would work without having to pay for it. But eventually, we know we need, not eventually, we need HR services immediately. And eventually, whatever we find ourselves in, we're gonna be we're gonna be obligated to pay for it out of town funds. The grant money is gonna go away. So while we can still experiment, if we looked at, and that's asking you folks to talk about how you would, what model you would envision working best for Southampton.
Just one question on the, before we go to the models, on page 15, when you mentioned the full and part-time employees, so you're suggesting that the 195 that we back out to school, but that wasn't, was that part of the instructions, or is it that you're just saying that that was?
I think that's the other thing, is this report needs to note who submitted these answers.
Well, Ed would have done the survey. no?
Well,
Yes.
Yeah,
and I don't disagree with that, but was it the TA in every community that did it? Based on some of these answers, I don't think so.
oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think in some cases, there's a treasurer, there's the voice of a treasurer coming through outside of Southampton.
I mean, just for ours, and,
Yeah.
I got that 195 from, our collector treasurer who's got the records, but, okay, the school is about 100 employees. That's half of that. Now, just think about this. You got 100 left. John and I have had this conversation. John's brought it up here. I brought it up here. How many individuals that don't work every day or even every month does the fire chief have on his active roster?
Yeah.
That usually floats around 50.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Then we need some
But
way of,
I think to your point, Francine, I think if they're gonna look at an FTE count, that we would have to take that, and I think every community would have to do that and break it down. Here's our FTE count.
Yeah.
Here's the FTE count at school. Here's our paid on-call fire, because I've got to imagine some of these other towns aren't even paying their
Right.
fire, right? And,
They're volunteer.
but you're right, there's an issue there, because there's workman's comp that follows that.
Yeah,
As-
but I
as
think
long
the
as-
role of HR is so huge. I mean, it includes so many things, from hiring and recruiting and benefits and family leave. If you think of all the things that are distributed to department heads at this point, I think that one of the steps would be to actually list exactly what functions the HR person would be assuming. Would it be taking the place of an entire PQB department? Are the department heads still going to be doing certain things? Is the treasurer still going to be doing all the paperwork for benefits? So I think the first thing would be to figure out exactly where the line will be between all the different HR functions, because HR is huge.
The other thing that jumped out on me on this, and I can put this in an email, the way I interpreted the reading is, at least under Southampton, when it asked when open enrollment meetings were happening, it says not during COVID. So that kind of struck me as odd that we're actually doing the open enrollments here in Southampton, because that's part of being in the Hampshire County, whatever that consortium is up there, that they handle all the benefits, and I know they're holding open enrollment meetings. So it could just be the type of words used, maybe.
But still, I mean, every municipality, when the open enrollment comes around, that's the open enrollment period for whether it's Worthington, Southampton, what have you. And that's when it's open, so you have to announce it. And then employees that either want to change or their particular policy
Yeah.
or whatever are coming back to, you know, the treasurer, in our case, the treasurer collector.
Okay, but there's another community that I have experience with, is it was a matter of coordinating the emails. Like, when I was their treasurer for a year, I got an email from the health group up in Northampton, I can't think of the name of it. But the collaboration, right, for Hampshire County, and they would say, here's your documents, here's what needs to go out, and you sent it out. Those that didn't have town email accounts, all right, then you had to mail it out. But it went out, and the forms came back, and it was a matter of processing paper, not actually holding open enrollment meetings, where if somebody had questions, it was, the expectation wasn't that I was gonna be able to answer their questions. It was, here's the name and number, or when you can go to the 2 public meetings to get your answers. So it's more direction, and not actually requiring somebody here in town hall to have the expertise about, well, a PPO or an HMO.
Yeah. No, and I guess I thought whenever the open enrollment happened, that Jen was forwarding that information to the town employees to say.
She does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
Now,
it
she
is-
does have to do all the paperwork, because we
Yeah.
do payroll in-house.
Right, right, right. So, yeah,
So-
so,
Francie, do you think while we're still connected to this project, funding, whatever, that we'd be able to, like, I think the next step, I agree, would be to get a grant. I think we're gonna be more eligible to get a grant if it's a regional grant. Will we have the opportunity through PVPC to determine how much staff hours would be involved, if it includes recruiting and onboarding, setting up interviews versus just other HR things involving benefits? Like, will they be able to generate a list of, like a long list of HR functions and then equate them to, you know, ranges of FTEs?
Yeah, I think there is already a formula in place for them to calculate that,
Yeah.
to estimate the amount
That
of,
would be helpful, I
what
think.
percentage of the person we would need. And that's why I was concerned with our large number, because
Yeah.
it would just put us in a different category than the rest. I guess I didn't realize how small some of the other towns were compared to
Yeah.
us.
Well,
It's just amazing.
we're the big dog in this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah.
Just like Hampshire Regional.
And I mean,
Right,
if it was, and I don't, there probably isn't out there, but, you know, reverse the whole thing. Is there a city around us that has excess capacity in their HR department that wants to sell us a day in an intermunicipal agreement?
yeah.
I mean, and then we become the small dog, you know, type of thing. But, I mean, yes, we are definitely, much like we are in the regional school system, we
Yeah.
happen to be the big dog
right.
here.
Well, I think with this, the way I'm understanding this, that they've come up with a couple of recommendations. I mean, on page 11, we've got the models that they're looking at, and on page 12, there's two recommendations. So, you know, the whole shared full-time employee model 1, other towns were not agreeing to that at all. Model 2, us maybe being the host town and having an intermunicipal agreement with the other towns, which would get us maybe somebody here a couple of days, 2-3 days a week, and then farming it out to the other towns. While again, that may be quite beneficial to us, it sounds like here that other towns were not excited about being on the receiving end of that, reading the comments that are in here.
No, I can actually, from memory of the meetings I attended, most of the other communities, if not all the other communities, wanted à la carte.
Yeah,
Via hour, charge us by hour when we call up and need help
On
type
an
of thing.
as-needed basis.
Yeah,
right.
Wanted somebody to be available.
Model
Yeah,
4.
so that's Model 4, so,
That would obligate, I mean, in the event that one was something that we went for, and they didn't utilize the services as much as we needed them to for our, or
Yeah, there'd have to be a
anticipated, they would.
minimum.
We're really obligated for more
Right.
than what we
Yeah, so
anticipated.
there are HR professionals out there. Whether you can drill it down to a municipal expert, which is a whole different beast.
right.
But I would say there are that you can contract on a per day. So if you take a $100,000 annual salary, 5 days a week, $20,000 a day, rough numbers. So we would contract $40,000 a year here every Tuesday and Wednesday, 52 weeks out of the year. And, what you do on your other days is your business. If you want to consult with these other communities, go for it, but, here's our commitment. And it might even be something where I think that's too much time in 2 years. I think having somebody here 2 days a week for 52 weeks for a 2-year cycle could do a lot of the cleanup, and then because they authored a lot of these things, could go down to a 1-day a week commitment, which
Because
would
the school
then.
does their own thing, right?
Yeah, so, which is interesting here, because being on the school side, we're, as one of 35 voices, we're pushing for an HR expert in central office to deal with the same issues here. And there we have, what are there, 500 employees if you add up all the schools.
sure, yeah.
But they have the same issue there.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, what they've got here, then, the third model, the contracting with a vendor on a fee basis, and here, this one I thought originally sounded more likely, as I read it, a $1,500 to $3,000 flat fee per month paid by each municipality for a total annual cost of $18,000 to $36,000, depending, but that was a flat fee for having somebody in to do a lot of the same things that Rini was talking about, from onboarding to, you name it, all the traditional tasks, I guess one would associate, with an HR person. But I'm gathering that the model that seems to be recommended here is Model 4, which is the on-demand billable hour, right?
Yeah,
For everybody except for Southampton. That's what they
yeah.
want.
Yeah, right.
No, but that was the
The
outcome,
towns
Chris, of the
want it.
meeting.
That's what the other towns want, right? That's where they are, so,
They want to treat it like legal counsel. When I
Right.
have an issue, I'll call you.
Right.
Bill me for the hour, and I don't want to
Right.
do any,
Yep.
any.
right, and if it's gonna be 125 an hour, then that's what they're willing to pay when they only need them for 5 hours a year or something, right? But,
Yeah.
It would be hard to retain somebody
And then-
Yeah,
without
I
having
don't know
some
how you-
minimum.
right, I don't know how you'd get somebody that would be interested in doing that if they didn't have an assured minimum amount of work or,
It'd have to be a firm.
It would have
Well,
to be.
yeah.
And that price is going to be too low for a firm because it's going to be a Boston.
yeah, and you don't have overhead probably built in there anyway, too, so, but looking at the recommendations on page 12, I mean, I'm gathering they want our feedback on this report,
They
right?
do.
So they're recommending a study committee develop a pilot program and engage a firm or individual contractor with a retainer or on-demand model for 6 months to a year, with looking at tracking the work and maybe a grant funding. So yeah, possibly, I mean, the only grant funding, they mention it down here, is the community compact best practice. That would be
Yeah.
the only one I would
Right.
think of. that would
And
be-
they also, Collins did say that and PVPC both said that they would assist, they would actually do the grant writing
That's great.
Really?
More power to them.
on our behalf. Yeah, because it's worked for both of them.
Yeah.
So I'm in favor of the approach I laid out. It's figuring out what we need for 2 days a week and not necessarily worry about trying to fit in all the other communities. This is what we're doing because it was what our town needs. PVPC, if you can find us grant money, that's great. Let's move forward with this. And say, if we're using these 2 days, hey, these other 3 days are open. If you want to do à la carte, you go ahead and come in, but we're not going to wait for you guys, and we're not going to come down to your level.
So we're not choosing any of their models, is what you're saying?
I feel like it's a hybrid of 3 of them. Like it's kind
Are
of
we being the
part-time, but it's
non-cooperative partner?
independent contractor, but you
That's what
have
we're
these
known
set
for.
days.
I know.
Yeah, because then that,
Wait, just a sec, Ed, I go on.
I'm actually going to feed off something John just said. What if we became the lead community,
Yeah,
took the person for 2.5 days a week, split that for the other 2.5 days per week with the school district, and I mean Hampshire.
Yeah,
And John,
I'm not opposed.
and John knows why I'm saying that we become the lead rather than the school becomes the lead.
And I do think getting if this group here could provide a comprehensive list of HR functions, because I think there might be some departments that want to retain, or we don't have the hours to have them do X, Y, and Z. But at least if we have a comprehensive list of HR functions, we'd at least be able to say, okay, we're gonna have you do this group of things, and we'll continue doing the other things the way we're currently doing it.
Right. Well, they mentioned them somewhat. They talk about the classical,
What page you on?
on page 2, they talked about the ones that were sort of mentioned as the critical functions. So hiring, including advertising, recruiting, onboarding, retention, day-to-day issues, supervision, performance reviews, disciplinary measures, grievances, job classification, benefit assessment, salary range, job descriptions, leave of absence.
so a lot of that is providing training to supervisors
Yeah.
so they can better do their job.
I
Right,
mean,
so
they're
it's a
not gonna be doing-
combination of things,
Yeah, they're not
yeah.
gonna be doing performance reviews.
Right. So it's a variety of things there, and everybody not having their,
Well, like collective bargaining agreements, I'm not sure that that would be the case, really.
Well, that would help in the case of our other departments, yeah.
There's a lot more, though, like, it'd be good to have. That was a pretty general.
yeah, the only ones they talked about, I think more about that was just over on page 7. They talked about the traditional functions of benefits administration, and then they talked about the strategic areas, which are beyond the onboarding and payroll kinds of things, which is more the long-term vision of where are you all going with whatever HR development, right?
And in theory, I mean, if this person comes on for X amount of time, it'll have a direct correlation to efficiency across the board, because this person dealing with workers' comp audit means Ed doesn't have to get involved with it,
Yeah.
right? And so he can do, I mean, he's still gotta see it and bless it, but he doesn't have to do all the work to it.
Right.
Doing the wage study analysis, or reviewing the job descriptions to make sure that the correct pronouns are used, and it's consistent across the board, for those that have been updated since the 70s.
Yeah.
And I'll stick up for it. It's Jen that deals mostly with that workers' comp audit, so.
Yeah. Okay, so our suggestion is, I'm hearing one from John and one from Ed, kind of a mixture of the two. I mean, how soon do we have to get them some feedback, Francine? Do we-
Well, the next meeting is
It
October.
took 3 months to get it to us.
Yeah, as soon as possible. The next meeting is,
This is sometime in
it's in
October.
October, it's a Monday.
17th,
Yes, the 17th. I have too many things, yes, the 17th at 8:30 a.m. So if we could get it so that she could modify this report, put it in this report so that everyone can consider this at the same time when we're, making decisions about what the next step should be and how we're going to play in this, what our role is going to be.
Do we
what our
have-
interests are.
Do we have to give them, suppose we come up with model, whatever this is now, model 5, that was ours? Do we have to give them justification for why we would not follow their recommendation of model 4?
No, I just say, based on all this information, we've come up with an alternative model.
Okay.
And that is whether it's 5-day or 4.5-day employee, 2 equivalent days of which Southampton would absorb. 2.5, we would go out and try and coordinate with the regional school district to get them to take the other half, which leaves a half a day available for the other towns on an ongoing basis, which then makes up a 37.5-hour work week.
Yeah. I do.
And if they agree based on the formula of employees, number of employees to.
Yeah, here's your fixed
The
reoccurring,
FTE, yeah,
so that we can offer a package to somebody for a 2-year period as a
Right.
trial.
right.
So they know, hey, there's money here,
Yeah.
I've got this job for 2 years.
Right, yeah, I think we'd have to have something so that we could guarantee, somebody, or to attract somebody that would be willing to come for longer than, a 6-month pilot doesn't
No, that
How
was,
you
that was
find
really
somebody.
to see how well everybody plays
Right.
together and
But,
how we
but
share.
you
the
know that
resources.
the first 30 days, it's just gonna be a dumping ground.
Yeah.
Here's every single thing I want fixed, you
Yeah,
Exactly.
know?
Person's gonna be buried by then. All right, so
That looks
do we
like a
want to make
5
that a formal
So, well, I mean,
motion, or?
are you guys comfortable with just going back to the original 3 that have been working on it and drafting up some sort of goal 5?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I
and
would,
Sending that in, or
I was
option
about to
5?
say that I would be in favor of the folks that have been on the committee
Mm-hmm.
to go ahead and draft something along those lines as we've discussed. That seems to meet our needs better, and, you know, not totally leaving the other ones by the wayside, but at least
So,
helping them understand that.
yeah, so with that, if it's the 3 of us, I would recommend that we get together via Zoom, just to put this, the language around this, to make the proposal to them that we all agree with, and ship it off to Eric and to Mary in as short a time as we can.
Okay. So,
Sounds like a good idea.
motion is to let the 3 committee members, Francine, John, and Ed, put together, meet and put together a recommendation.
Do you guys agree with that?
Well, this is my motion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm making a motion. Well, we'll find out if they agree.
Okay, you're right.
I'm trying to make the motion for a change, which I never do, but I will.
Continue.
The only time you are, you question.
I know.
I was asking if they agreed with what I proposed.
Well, I'm not hearing any, you know,
I'm sorry I
I'm not hearing
interrupted.
anybody shouting against
Oh,
you. So I'm-
nobody's seconded it yet. Go ahead.
Yeah,
let's hear it.
okay,
Let's
sorry,
hear it.
all right. So the motion, I think, was to authorize, or whatever, to, what's the right word? To delegate the responsibility to the 3 current members of the HR committee working with PVPC to craft a recommendation for what would
A
be
different model?
a different recommendation
For
or
Model 5.
alternative model, language that would describe an alternative model that would benefit Southampton in particular, I guess.
Yeah.
So, something along those lines. Could I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, all right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, nobody's opposed. Perfect.
So next steps, though, we need to
Yep.
have a meeting as soon as possible.
You guys
Okay.
work it out. Okay. Next, financial audit planning, RFP. Oh, we have that in here. Yep. Financial audit planning. Okey-dokey. So this is going out as a request for proposals for fiscal years 22, 23, and 24. Okay.
So on
A couple of edits.
on the first
Yeah.
page, on the first page, you really want the response back by February 3rd, 2023?
No, I haven't really figured it. I have not refined any of the final dates,
Okay.
so.
All right, that's just a placeholder.
I'm not,
It's a year from now.
It's a little far, yes.
Well, it's not, February
No,
2023
no.
isn't that far away.
Well, you've got November 23.
You have
on the-
November.
November 3 on the cover page. November 3
At the bottom.
On the first
2023.
cover
yeah.
page.
I have, yeah, I just kind of left those there and said, okay, once I get the approval, I will go back in and,
Well-
and again, it would be about a month from,
Yeah, so just circle the 23, though, that it's not year 23.
And maybe circle
also
the
on-
it is, it's fiscal 23.
Well, but,
Well,
well,
yeah,
speaking of fiscal, can you turn to page 2?
Before you turn to page 2,
yeah, yes.
title page,
Yeah.
Yep.
request,
Oh, yeah, request, spelled wrong.
Request,
yeah, that needs to be
Request.
fixed.
spelling,
Is
typo,
request?
typo,
ER.
extra R.
I think this is something he did at 9 o'clock at night.
Yes,
meetings.
that's okay.
It was 1 o'clock in the morning.
Makes sense.
Okay, yeah, reading, go
On
ahead.
page 2, under 1, the last paragraph, shouldn't that be July 1, 2021?
Where?
Fiscal year, the financial audit shall cover the fiscal year starting July 1.
It should be 2021, correct?
Number the pages, please.
It's gonna be fiscal 22, so it'd be July 1, 21 would be the starting date, right, of the fiscal year? Third line down on
In
page,
other words, you only have 2 years in there, and you want 3, so it should be July 1, 2021.
under services requested. Right,
Yeah, I think you're on the wrong page.
I'm What page?
Page 2,
Two, so.
number 1, C1, the last paragraph,
Oh, C1.
says the financial audit shall cover the fiscal years starting,
It's going to be,
July 1, 2022,
Yeah.
is that right?
which is this year. No.
Yeah, starting
Yes, right,
July 1 of 2022 is actually fiscal year 23.
23.
Okay, then this only covers,
so the ending date is wrong. If 22 is correct, then the ending date is
Be
25,
25,
right?
yeah.
If you're talking fiscal
Well,
year.
no, it'd be,
He's talking the fiscal year, that's the,
yeah, financial cover the fiscal year starting July 1, 21,
yeah, that's,
Yeah,
21,
yeah.
yeah, that's what I thought.
yeah.
Okay. So it's 21 and 24.
Right, and ending June 30th, 2024.
Yeah, so it's 22, 23, 24.
Yep.
yeah, so 22 is the,
As Chris knows, I had a real hard time
Okay.
between the fiscal years and the calendar years
Yeah.
in this one.
well, just keeping the, that we're auditing fiscal years, but we want to be
Right.
sure that we're not crossing our dates on certain things, yeah.
I just had a couple of other typos, if you,
Do we need 12 copies?
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Submit 12 copies? I don't think we need 12 copies, do we? On number 2, D2?
I mean, we need enough for finance, and we need enough for the select board. So finance is fully staffed, that's 5 and 5, 10. Ed
And
needs
then
one, that's,
town administrator, town accountant, treasurer, collector. That's 13 now.
Oh, my.
Can't
And
wait.
do you give one to the assessor since she's there? That person will be on the finance team. Now we're at 14.
well, if they give a good quality PDF, I'll take that version.
I agree with
Maybe we
you.
could just have ours electronically?
Well, there you go, you keep
You know
them.
what? We'll do 6 and,
Yeah.
and electronic.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's do
How's
that,
that?
because that's way too many.
Yep,
Yeah,
all right, that's $500 savings.
yep. And is that under E2 then, does that jive with the 5 copies? So that's 5 different proposals, 5 sets of proposals, is that what you're asking? So that goes to treasurer and collector and
Right.
D2, okay, you've got 5 there,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
And then going back up to C2, I had highlighted and finance committee, so do you want that to say select board and finance committee, or select board and the select board has the ability to ask the finance committee if they want to attend?
Or couldn't we say a joint meeting?
Well, that would be what select board and finance committee would actually be.
I would, yeah, I would leave it the
Yeah,
way it
in a
is.
joint, I could say in a joint meeting.
I think
yeah.
it's fine,
I got you.
I'd leave them in there, yeah. Anybody else see other thoughts and things here?
I have a couple things further on down. Under the comparative evaluation criteria, I'm sorry, there aren't any page numbers.
Yeah.
What section?
page
Do you have
numbers,
section?
Please.
It's, let's see.
Yeah, ask them to submit their response with
Well, it starts with highly
page
advantageous and
numbers.
then advantageous. It's comparative evaluation criteria.
Yeah, it's on,
Okay,
well,
what page it is in the packet, it's
yeah.
103.
This one, Francis.
under the, it's a whole
Yeah, I
page
have
of
it.
evaluation criteria.
It
Yeah,
says
three.
comparative
Yep.
evaluation. Do you have that, Ed?
Minimum evaluation?
Yep,
Yeah, and
that's
then
the
the
one.
second one says comparative.
Right,
I just have a question. See where it says highly advantageous? See the last sentence? It says, "The proposal must show an in-depth ability to examine and evaluate the internal control system," and I think that's supposed to be clearly state.
He's correct.
And then the same statement happens in the next category where it says advantageous. The last sentence again says, "and clearly state."
good catch.
It's all of them.
Yeah,
Yep, because this was used once, at least once before, without catching that.
And you got it over on the next one, right? Not advantageous,
Yeah, it's under not advantageous.
3 times.
just back on one on, be section D, where we were before with the 5 copies and 12 copies. Down on 8.7, last point on D. Final audit report will be completed by March 31, 2023. Now, is that just talking about,
That would be the first year.
okay, so,
Should you just say by March 30th of every year thereafter?
yeah, that might be easier than, I'm a little leery of putting in years in here because then we get confused with
Yeah.
fiscal years.
Right.
And we risk making a, a mistake, so,
But then the onus is on us to deliver the information.
well, yes,
So,
obviously,
we have to set a deadline for ourselves and live with it.
correct. But the final audit, if we say the final audit report will be completed by March 31st of each contract year or something.
Right.
Or each
And
fiscal.
and that actually would line up with when we're required to do our financial statements for our borrowing.
Yeah, okay. So that would be one thought I would have there. Any other,
I have a comment about the end, the debarment certification.
What?
debarment? Disbarment?
Disbarment?
It says debarment. It says City of Waltham.
Well, now we know where he stole it from.
Yeah, 3 different places it says City of Waltham.
Says what?
City of Waltham.
Instead of
See in the paragraph there?
I don't know where you are.
Under debarment.
Under debarment.
Is it debarment or disbarment? This lawyer down at the other end down there, Joy?
Disbarment.
Huh?
If it's in regards to license or practice, it's disbarment.
It's this.
Where is it? This one?
Yeah.
Is it in one of the
Show 'em
forms?
that.
Yes, the
That in this
debarment-
paragraph, 3 times it
debarment
references
certification.
Waltham.
I don't know if it.
You've got the city of Waltham in there about 3 different times.
Yeah,
You see where, are you in the
Yeah.
debarment?
Bar.
Yeah, there's 3 references to City of Waltham.
yep.
And then if you want to keep going from there where it says contract and general conditions, Appendix A, I think there's some words missing under 5. Or maybe it just needs to have a date filled in.
Got to fill in the date, yeah.
Okay,
Shall be fully performed on or before.
okay.
Yeah, a date has to be filled in there. Yeah.
You mean the draft contract?
A copy of the actual, contract and general conditions, the second
Yeah,
page.
it's just a draft for them
Yeah.
to see what they're gonna sign.
Yeah, but there's, I think that you just have to put a date in there before
Right.
it's sent out.
Hmm?
Do you see on page 2 of that contract and general conditions,
Number 5,
number 5?
terms of contract.
Yeah.
You see where the space there? I think you just have to fill in a date, right?
This is a draft contract template
Okay,
So
for
they,
them to see what they will be entering into. No
Okay.
dates, no information,
okay,
just a template.
okay.
So debarment, I think, is okay for this, because debarment means taking away a right or privilege. They're not specifically talking about a lawyer getting disbarred from the bar.
Okay,
Sorry, I had to look that up.
Under the sample contract on the signature page,
Yeah.
Bradley's title. I think he's permanent. We're stuck with him.
Yeah. Town accountant.
Which probably means it's the same in the supplement S.
Correct.
Okay.
good, good eagle eyes, people. All right,
And then I have one other
I want to
question.
reference to Board of Selectmen, just so you know, under 15. You want to change that, the Select Board?
And what?
On number 15, under the contract and general conditions, under 15, it just says Board of Selectmen.
I think he plants one of those in there every time just to see if he
To
catches
see
it.
if I'm paying
Just to see if you
attention.
get it.
absolutely. And then another one on the certificate of non-collusion. We've got City of Waltham again.
It's the city officials in that one, too.
On corporation identification, can we say state incorporated instead of incorporated in what state?
What's that?
Where's that one?
On the form, corporation identification.
Corporate
The
identification?
first line is incorporated in what state? Just write state of incorporation. Because we're like asking a question here. It's just awkward.
So on the corporate ID, yeah,
I don't find it. Oh, there it is.
yeah. So you're suggesting just saying state of incorporation,
Yes.
other than incorporated in what state, the very first couple lines up top.
You want to say what state of incorporation?
Yeah. No, not what state of incorporation, just state of incorporation.
Blank. And then they fill it up.
Hmm?
And then a blank.
And a blank, yeah.
Okay,
Or-
anything else? We've done a lot of these. Any,
I've got one other question for you. Find it again. Okay. Under Town of Southampton, Massachusetts, request for proposals, annual independent audit services, on the page that looks like that. Currently, it reads, procedures under this invitation require a separate and confidential submission of pricing and a separate submission of technical proposal. The Office of the Town Administrator, along with the Town Accountant, Treasurer Collector will evaluate technical proposals without knowledge of prices. Would one of you, members of the Select Board, also like to evaluate a proposal?
Yes.
I think that'd be a good idea.
Do we have any volunteers?
I think we just had one,
I nominate John.
and I'll second.
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, good.
I'll make a motion to approve the request for proposals, RFP 23-004, and contract agreement for annual independent audit services for fiscal years ending 2022 through 2024, as amended on the floor. Be released and sent out as soon as possible.
Great.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you all very much, I appreciate
Get
that.
approved. Thank you.
And your help.
All righty. Moving along, the bylaw draft, there's just a small change there, the marking of town-owned vehicles. I know the bylaw committee had looked at this, and then Ed, you made one other
Yes.
small change to this.
So I will, as soon as I get to it, I'll tell you what I did. Okay, not there.
I have it, I can
I
read
have
out.
it too, yeah.
Or we just read it?
Go ahead.
Where the heck did she put it?
So basically, the marking, so we had said the town seal and the name of the department on both sides of the vehicle. Police department and fire EMS department vehicles may substitute the police badge or fire Maltese cross in place of the town seal.
Right.
That was the change that was made. So,
So it allows those two departments, which currently are using the police badge and the fire Maltese cross to use that if they wish as a substitute for the town seal. It does not allow any other department to come up with any alternative.
And it still will say Town of Southampton on it somewhere, right?
Correct.
In addition, even if the seal is not there, the name will be there, so. Anybody have any objections to that? That was
No,
a slight
I
addition.
thought it was
Very clear, I
very well,
think.
yeah.
Yep. Do we need to? We kind of already looked at these
Yes.
bylaws. I think their bylaw committee had moved them on to Ed for passing on to the general,
Just
to the whole
approve
council.
it in
Okay.
that writing to be sent along to
Okay,
the.
can we have a motion?
Motion to approve the marketing of town-owned vehicles bylaw proposal and for verbiage to be forwarded on to
KP Law.
KP Law.
Okay, a second, please.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Very good, okay. Greenway Design, on-call engineering, tie-in bonds.
Where did you come up with that?
I don't know, it's on the agenda.
New
It's
agenda.
not on the agenda.
I'm looking at it saying,
Yeah, it should actually be a little more specific and say Greenway. The actually, the Greenway Committee and the Ad hoc Technology Committee have been kind of following a similar path, but Greenway Committee has met twice in the last 3 weeks with this on their main topic on their agenda because I asked them, because I had pulled some individual members of vendors that they would be comfortable seeing do the design of our Greenway. So I had asked them if by any chance they'd be comfortable, since one of the vendors that some of them had listed was on our on-call engineering service, if they would be comfortable with moving this forward under tie-in bond on the on-call engineering service, which would mean that I would take the scope of work that they have developed, send it along to tie-in bond and say, okay, we would like to engage you under the on-call engineering service to do the design work. Here's the scope of the work. Please give us a proposal back under our contract for that. So I'm getting a little anxious for the time frame for the grant we have to start the design process here. So I would like to move it along. Like I say, they have not been able to take a formal vote. Individually, I know that they are comfortable utilizing tie-in bond for the design service on the Greenway. So I thought I'd short-circuit the process and bring my recommendation along to the select board and ask for your permission to send this the scope of work along to tie-in bond to enter into the design work for the Greenway under our on-call engineering services contract with them.
Any discussion, any comments about that? So basically, Greenway hasn't been able to have a quorum each time they've met, even though this
To
is.
officially vote,
To
correct.
vote on it,
well, then,
yeah. And we do need to, I mean, we're hoping that by, well, hopefully in another month-ish, by end November, we should have the right-of-way acquired.
Well, the end of December, we should actually have the acquisition.
Or
One
closed.
of the two reasons that we entered into the license agreement with the railroad for access to the right-of-way, one was for the vendor or contractor for conservation for the Manhan Meadows Trail restoration and the storage of their materials there.
Yeah.
The other was to actually have access for the design firm to get out there and start their work.
Right.
so
So-
we need somebody soon.
Yeah,
'Cause
well,
the period of time is October 1 to December 31, correct?
Right, and I would like the design firm to start before January 1st
Right.
when we actually acquire the right-of-way.
Right. And
Because
we-
of time constraints.
We already have the grant for the 300,000.
Yes.
To start that design work, so that would be the rationale. And this is a prime example of why this on-call process that we've gone through, I think, can be very beneficial to us, because we don't have to go back out now for yet another set of bidding.
Correct.
Tie and Bond has had experience doing this kind of work, and I think They would be
In
more than
fact-
capable.
In fact, they were the firm that did the
Culverts.
culvert and bridge assessment for the town back in, I think, 2015 or 16.
I'll make a motion to engage Ty and Bond under the on-call engineering contract to design the Greenway,
But we're authorizing Ed to do it.
or authorizing Ed to do it.
Right. Okay. Could I have a second, Maureen? Motion?
I'll second.
I think I heard Joy.
Oh.
Okay,
Sorry.
second by Joy.
I'll be more loud.
All right, and, okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. All right.
Thank
Now,
you
What else
very
you got
much.
on your agenda?
That helps a lot.
One that you like, the additional liquor license
Oh,
for, we
yes.
have a restrictive language issue?
Yeah, which I asked him specifically what it was. I have an idea, although Ethan has not gotten, from Representative P's office, hasn't gotten back to me specifically, but I believe that because of the fact that we actually named the business we would be giving this to, that is why they're considering this as a restrictive. So the original language to the first committee was very open-ended, just like an additional liquor license. And if the business we gave it to decided they didn't want it anymore or went out of business, that license would basically stay on our books and still be eligible to go to another business. The new language, which is, yes, substantially more restrictive, that is in the House, and they actually, because of that, need a vote of the Select Board to accept it, basically says if Who's ever gave up that license, went out of business, what have you, that license would leave Southampton and basically dissipate. So that's where we are. It's a question of, okay, do we want to accept that, or do we want to?
What are the repercussions of that? So let's say we approve the more general language without identifying, what is stopping any other place in town from applying for that?
Correct.
What is
And-
the process that they would go through? Would it still be subject to our approval? Or do they apply directly to the state?
Oh, no, it would still be subject to our approval. I mean, on the flip side, we did put it in front of the town meeting that is the specific place that was going to get this license, but.
Is that a problem?
I mean, it's only, and I didn't really envision this in my own mind, so I incorrectly assumed that, okay, if they came to a point where they didn't want that license anymore, went out of business, what have you, that we would have that additional license if somebody else were to come into the town and want another all alcohol license to
But are we sure
give
that
to somebody
that's-
else.
I mean, the way I'm reading B, the licensing authority shall not approve the transfer of a license granted pursuant to this act to any other location, but it may grant the license to a new applicant at the same location
Right. Yeah.
if the applicant files with the licensing authority. So,
So I mean, it could, if somebody came in and wanted to go back to that same location, yes, but if.
That location.
But if, yes,
Yeah.
but if someone came in and say, okay, wanted to open up an all alcohol, not serve on premise license, and have that in the Old People's Building or the Harley Davidson Building,
yeah,
no.
that wouldn't work. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. Okay, so they're asking us, because this is what's before the House already, this is the language
This is the amended language that came out of that.
that came out of the
First
House,
committee,
or whatever,
yes.
yeah, out of committee.
We want a motion to support 5223?
I guess so.
I think so.
I'll make a motion to support the revised House version number 5223.
All right, Could I have a second?
I'll second.
Francine, second, okay. Any questions, further discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and hearing no opposition, we're in
And
agreement.
who seconded it?
Francine.
Francine. All right, any other business that can't wait until the next meeting?
And I'll let you know, the follow-up is, we have to get a certified copy of the minutes of this vote from Lucy, so I will draft up something from this meeting fairly quickly, rather than waiting for the regular meetings, at least for this
Yeah.
particular action.
Right, okay. Okay, any other business that can't wait? I don't think I know of any offhand. All right, old business, just briefly, COVID update? Anything to report?
We're good. Next.
East Street Bridge, we've seen lots of great photos.
Well, let me get into the details and. because
Not too many
I-
details, we know.
Well, except I'm gonna have to do something with the website update, so we might
yeah.
as well chat about it. I have not seen the actual punch list yet. It was supposed to be out today. I did talk with our engineering firm, VHB, about it today, and there are more issues out there than just the milling and final paving, which we are all, whether it happens to be MIG or us, under the mercy of Palmer Paving as a subcontractor at this point in time. So, I mean, they found issues with the material and the expansion joints that didn't go all the way that it should be, which is gonna have to get addressed. They did find some issues with the bolts on the side railings that I had mentioned, not the size of them, but basically they had not anchored it down into the actual foundation of the bridge, so the way it's anchored now, if someone hit it, it and them would just go off into the river, so those have to be addressed before the bridge could be certified and the bridge could be open, but those are all gonna have to be addressed, but.
Is it gonna be open this calendar year?
Yes. Will it, in my
Work
opinion, is
backwards.
it gonna be open on October 3rd? No. I am waiting for the punch list, and I am waiting for the definitive answer from MIG of when Palmer Paving is going to give them an actual definitive milling and paving
Paving date.
date.
Because we are getting close to when the plants are gonna shut down.
Probably mid-November.
November, yeah.
Well, the way we work around here, that's pretty close.
Well, like I say, I'm still anticipating this to open up in October, but not on October 3rd. So I do have to do something to update the website. I'm just hoping to get something back from MIG with a, and it's hard because, you know, I will say, much like I had when I sent out the emails, is, you know, the foreman that was there said that Palmer Paving had given them October 3rd for a mill and final coat of paving date. Our highway superintendent, Randall Kemp, called his contact at Palmer Paving to see if he had any weight to try to get it done sooner. The bad news from that phone call was the individual confirmed they had given MIG a tentative date of October 3rd, but also told Randall that due to their workload and the amount of rain that we've had recently that's pushing everything off, that probably the October 3rd date would get pushed off also. So I will be updating the website. I do anticipate it will open October. I just don't know when. And as soon as I've got that date, that'll be part of the website.
That's fine.
What
I
was the
think,
issue?
no, go ahead, no.
What was the issue with the sidewalk?
What's that?
What was the issue with the sidewalk?
We were trying to get away from a sidewalk on the bridge anyway, but, okay, you've got the sidewalk that comes with the bridge. At a point when East Street is actually designed and constructed, it will have sidewalks on it that will meet it. Right now, we don't have sidewalks there, so basically what they had done was, you've got a sidewalk that is at this level for, I don't know, 24 feet, 30 feet, whatever. And at the two ends with the curbing, they had tapered it down to the ground level, but that was just for the curbing. They hadn't done anything, you know, so, and Randall and I had looked at it the day before, and we both looked at each other, so one of our questions was, what's going to be done there? Is it missing concrete that's going to taper down, or what? And, you know, we got the response, no, that at some point, right now, it's just going to transition to the dirt. You know, at some point when the actual construction on East Street is done, a sidewalk will come up and actually meet it. So for now, yes, they know that they have to bring in dirt material
Yeah,
and
it
just
drops off too much.
right, and just taper those two ends down to match the curbing that tapers
Right.
down
It
currently.
drops off
So
not only down this way, but down towards the river.
yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
Well, I think if nothing else, I mean, it's a disappointment to not be able to honor the October 3rd date, but hopefully it won't delay too long. And I think it does show the value, though, in a contract of this complexity and construction contracts in general, to have a quality control contractor on top.
Oh,
If we
absolutely.
had not had VHB, we wouldn't have even figured out half of
Yeah.
these issues. So
Yeah. And, yeah,
just
and-
lessons learned.
And one of the other issues is, the water main is now under the bridge. That was insulated, but they had added some, they needed to add some couplings to it. Randall and I were under the bridge, as you saw from the photos, but if you look, you'll basically the water main runs on or along, it's insulated as it goes along. I can't remember if there's 2 or 3 couplings under there, but part of that addition was they got insulated. So that insulation is a wider, bigger piece because the coupler's wider and bigger than the line, the water main itself. However, if you look basically at where this insulation meets this insulation, you can see through, which means that air and cold can get in there and it would be a freeze point. So they have to get back under there and somehow seal those
Right.
different sized insulations up.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for that update.
You're welcome.
Thanks for the photos.
Wish I had better.
Well, it's okay
Message,
news, it's
but-
not drastic news. All right, and I think we know what you're doing on the voice over IP. You've talked about the spectrum coming in and upgrading stuff, so we're hoping on that.
Yes, and what I have shot off to TPX is by their schedule, are they able to do the installation on October 11th? Which just means they come in and they would install the phones. Doesn't mean they work. They'll sit there in addition to the current phones that we have, which are working, and ask them if, by their schedule, if they can accommodate doing the training on Wednesday, the 12th, and then porting over so we can use the new phones later in the day on October 12th. And I'm
Great.
waiting to hear back on the answer of that.
Okay, sounds great. All right. Good enough. Let us move on to signatures. We have a
Madam
number
Chair, can we
of
take up as a
PCFs.
package resignations, page numbers 123 through 131, the first 9?
First 9.
That is all PCFs, resignation of Megan Pike, resignation of John Ferrero, resignation of Drew Nelwinski, resignation of Zachary Kahita,
Karita.
Jessica Knoll, Colin Dearborn, Michael Fair, Maura O'Neill, Richard Aldrich. All resignations due to either personal reasons or not actually filling a shift since January 1st of this year.
Okay. We have a motion for those 9.
I move to accept the resignations of the aforementioned people
All right,
effective,
immediate,
see whatever the date,
Yep.
yeah.
Is that a second?
12, oh no, it's not there.
They're-
All right,
yeah.
just without the date.
Okay,
Yeah, Francine seconded. Aye.
okay, we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the next two, which are separations. PCF's Fire Department, Brandon Lapierre and Gideon
Touche.
Touchette. We got to get some simpler names. These two individuals are separations because they were appointed but never served.
These are
It's
all
been a
under the
long-
fire and EMS, just to be clear. I don't
Long
think we said
period of
that.
time, so therefore they're just being cut from the rolls.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right,
Who seconded?
Francine,
Thank you.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Make a motion to accept the next four, which are adjustments in compensation or increases based on certificates earned. Or, actually, wait a minute. These are rehires or new people coming on. Zachariah Bigda, part-time, non-benefited, as needed, firefighter/paramedic at $27.25 per hour. Trevor Zronkin, part-time, non-benefited, as needed, EMT B, $19.18 per hour. Benjamin Lab, part-time, non-benefited, as needed, EMT B, $18.86 per hour. Jack Bax, part-time, non-benefited, as needed, EMT B, $16.92 per hour. They're all as needed, on-call, no benefits.
you said these are rehires?
Well, the first one I looked at is, he was here a while ago, and now he's coming back.
Yeah.
But they're all just gonna fill shifts as needed.
I'll second.
Okay, any questions?
Yeah, well, one of them's missing an address, the Sworkin, or just
On his
FYI.
This Funkin, Trevor Funkin, there's no address on him, on his
But the other thing I was asking about.
sheet.
I see.
See that?
No, I'm fine.
Yeah, that was the only thing I had noticed too, was that was missing. Okay,
All right, then.
all those in favor? I think we have a motion in a second. Yep, all those
Aye.
in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next,
The,
another,
the next three, we can take them up, it's because each one of them has attained a certification, which, under the pay scale, gives them an additional stipend, I will call it. And that is Nathan
Boudreaux.
Boudreaux, part-time, non-benefited, as-needed firefighter on-call, Hampshire certification, $15.31 per hour. And Brandon Belize, part-time, non-benefited, as needed, probation firefighter, Hampshire 6, $15.04 per hour. Shane Gilbert, part-time, non-benefited, as needed, probation firefighter/EMT/Hampshire 6, $17.76 per hour.
and do we have these in our package? I
No,
don't think
we
I saw
don't.
I
that.
don't think we have them.
The online one.
We don't have the three of those in
The
our packages.
last, the last three we don't have.
They were in the online version.
Okay,
I have a question.
I would keep going, because they're in mine as I go farther back.
okay.
Okay.
They have their certificates, and those three have,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Oh, here, yeah.
Yep, you're right, I'm sorry. Yep, far back.
After the water department.
So I have a question. So these are wage adjustments because of additional certification. The dates in the certification are all 2021. So when are these changes effective? And has there been any work since?
So they are, if you look on their individual sheets, under the retro calculation, which is next to the proposed status,
Yeah,
7/1 through 9/20/22, 90 hours, 50 cents per hour, it's a $45 retro. I'm looking at Nathan's.
is that because it wasn't picked up, that they had certified and,
Well, they got the certificate, they just never did the paperwork to go through
okay.
to get it, and
Okay,
now.
but it was definitely this fiscal year?
Yeah, I mean, because these
All of them.
certificates go back to April and
They're
December
all
of '21.
2021.
we didn't ask for the supporting documents under the retro calculation.
Okay.
We're just going by the dates that are
Well,
there.
it says starting 7/1, so even though their certificate goes back to 2021,
The retro only applies to
that
this
only
year.
applies to this fiscal year? Well, if that's the case, then that's
Okay.
different.
Yeah, okay. The 90 hours for Boudreaux and
26.50 for,
for Blaze,
and $6.50 for Shane.
for Gilbert. Oh, okay, yeah. It's retroactive only to July 1st. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right. Any further questions, discussion? If not, could we have a vote, please? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Next, we have the resignation of Tyler Cristal.
Right,
Well, why is that name? Yep.
yeah.
Resigned effective
He's the mechanic
9/8. Yep.
in the highway department, switching departments now. Okay. So last day of working already was September 9th.
Correct.
Okay. So, all those in favor?
Well,
I guess I didn't catch this early on. So he's all done as a mechanic, but we're bringing him back as a plow driver?
He's an
Correct.
on-call,
that's another PRF.
on-call plow driver, apparently, yeah.
I also wanted to comment about something on the resignation. I'm not sure why it's here, but it says he has requested 2 days of vacation to be paid out. Is that why the additional documentation was provided on this? Ed, I'm just wondering if you could explain that, or somebody can?
Correct. Because of the period in time he had earned the 2 days of vacation time to be paid out.
Okay, but, so the 90 days of probation doesn't matter? You still accrue vacation day even when you're in probation?
I can't quote PPP, but as general, you get to accrue it while you're going, you just can't take it, but vacation is the one bucket that generally has to be paid out,
Correct. And I think,
separation.
Well, he was hired in May, though.
yeah, I
May
was gonna
23rd.
say, he was here longer than 90 days.
Okay, because I'm looking at the 90-day probation, it says 9/19/22.
Yeah, but that was, maybe that was, I don't know if that was the end of it, but over on the date of hire is 5/23, so
Okay,
his 90 days was May to June, June to July, June, to August at
August
least.
23rd.
August, he would have finished his probation.
May have just made it.
that's what I was confused about. Why does it say 90-day probation, 9/19/22 then?
Yeah, don't know why the date's there. I mean, that was his date, no, that wasn't his.
So Ed, did you send out this document that had the details about this?
No, that would be Randall.
Because his last day was on the 9th. So I don't know why
Okay,
90 days, but, so he did, the way this goes, right, he doesn't have any time in June, he had a day.
I just wasn't sure why in the bottom it says balance 40, balance 40. I mean,
Where?
there's a separate document, this one?
This thing here?
Oh, the worksheet, yeah.
Yeah,
Like, why does it say balance 40?
Because on July 1st, you get all your time, right? So he got the 40 hours on July 1st.
But you
then-
can't take it all because, based on what's on the right, correct?
Correct, but you start accruing it,
Okay,
and then he's past his 90 days.
all right, so by August 3rd, he's allowed 2 days of vacation. And then by August 3rd, he's allowed 2 days of sick time.
Right. But we don't pay out sick time.
But then, oh, here it says 8/19/22, he took 4 days of personal, 4 hours of personal? I don't think it's that clear, but if he's already passed his probation, then that's fine. I was just going on the fact that he looks like, according to this handout, that he actually left before his probationary period. It doesn't sound like it, though, if his hire date
No.
is 5/23.
no, I think he's
Yeah.
fine in terms of the length of time
Okay.
here. The question is a little bit confusing in terms of the days allowed there, and then under the other chart, where it says personal 32 and then a -4, one would assume that was
4 hours.
hours rather than days, but I don't,
Yep.
right?
Did Reedy say this, because I wasn't sure I heard her?
Uh-huh.
The 90-day probation was 9/19?
That's what's on the document here.
But it's not. He started on May
May
23.
22.
So it ended, the probation
Oh,
time
so
ended
he
in
had-
August.
He was ahead of the game a few days, okay.
Yeah, so, okay. I think we're okay, yeah? Anybody?
Yeah.
have any questions?
Yes.
Okay,
Boy.
all those in favor to accept the resignation and
Did
to,
we actually have a second on that one?
Did we even have a motion?
I think we,
We had a motion.
Gone mode.
wanna remove
I'll
it?
second.
Start over again? We have a motion, I think, to accept the resignation. Somebody must have seconded.
I'll second.
Okay, Joy will second that one, all right. Do we need to say anything about the leave part, or is that,
No.
okay,
Aye.
okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mr.
Now, there's a PCF to appoint Tyler as a plow truck driver on call as needed during storms at $30 per hour. He does have a CDL license. Part-time, non-benefited.
Because he has a CDL license, so correct. Yeah. Okay,
All right.
so John, you making the motion? to
Sure,
approve?
motion?
All right, second? Francine, second, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right,
Under the library, the first item the select board already took up, the PPP just agreed with you.
mm-hmm,
So we have Joanne Douglas, interim director, $25 per hour. And this is a temporary 12-week, not to exceed 12-week benefit eligible, full-time/emergency appointment.
Well, as the emergency, it's only 2 weeks, right?
Yeah.
Or is this the interim?
Let me flip the page.
Temporary?
Yep, temporary benefit eligible.
Yes.
temporary interim director, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
okay.
Interim director.
Correct.
Temp,
It says temporary interim director.
it's interim. Temporary is hiring from the outside to fill out one of these.
I'm just reading what's on the agenda. Okay,
So,
so correct, so it's the interim director.
Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Yes, sorry. just coughing.
Second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, we've already done police, so that brings us to the wire department. First one on the wire department, PCF for Dennis Senecal, Water Tech, 2% merit increase, new rate $30.39, effective 9/24/2022.
How does one determine merit increases?
Based on a satisfactory evaluation. That's according to the personnel policies.
Yes.
and do we have the evaluation in here?
Do we know that an evaluation was done? We don't have a copy, obviously.
Evaluation was not provided.
Should we not see that? Or somebody see it? PQB, at least?
No, did you see the
We did
evaluation?
not, but Chris asked if we should.
I'm wondering.
What's been done in the past?
I don't
guess
know. I
would
mean,
be
I
my
don't,
first
Yeah.
I don't
question.
recall too many merit increases personally.
I probably only recall one other one, and it was, or two other ones, and it was for water department employees.
And did
I think we had
evaluations
a
come through?
commitment that it was based
Don't
on a
ask the
satisfactory
harder
evaluation. I don't think we got a copy. We've got assurances that it was based on a satisfactory evaluation. Because that's what the policy says.
And you only need to be satisfactory, not outstanding or something?
I would hope that, I would expect that this was filled out, the PCF was filled out by the department head, that it would actually say something to that effect.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just based on your anniversary, it says based on performance/anniversary.
Well, it says based on performance/anniversary, so I think,
It's either.
I'm curious to know, I mean, this has nothing to do with it really, but was this employee member when all the adjustments were made? Did this person get an adjustment above and beyond the 2%?
That kind of popped into my mind also.
I mean,
I mean, it's separate, it has to be separate, I mean, it's, but I'm just curious to know whether, I could figure, I probably have it here
but a
somewhere.
2% based on anniversary would not, that would be your normal step, right? It wouldn't be your, because of merit.
2% if all the employees got 2%, so it's above and beyond
None
the
of
cost
these,
of living.
yeah, none of these really have steps.
Okay. All right.
You need help help with HR.
We need help with HR, exactly. All right, this is what's being told to us, that we have a merit increase request for 2%. Any further discussion? If not, I'll have a motion.
Well,
I mean, I don't know if we should require just a statement from the supervisor saying, yes, I've completed his evaluation or something, a written evaluation. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's definitely a loophole that needs to be closed whenever we get our HR people on board.
Yes.
Well, I guess what I'm confused, is it just based, I mean, if it was just based on anniversary, then I don't think evaluation matters, but if it's based on,
Well,
It says
there's
performance.
nothing in place
Performance,
to
then
get an
yeah.
increase on the anniversary.
Yeah.
This is not a union contract.
so then we need to see, then, yeah, I don't know, was an evaluation done?
I mean, I guess I would like to at least find out that an evaluation was done.
So why don't we table it?
Okay.
And then
Tabled.
I can ask the question if you want, or,
Okay.
as PPB, go back and ask
I
the
mean,
question.
I don't know that we need to have a copy, but at least to have an assurance from the supervisor that a written evaluation is on file for this person.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we're
I mean, it's for the
giving,
person as well. I mean, in terms of his own personnel records. I mean, one would think he would.
So if we'll table that. So the next is a PCF for Robin Richard, admin assistant, part-time benefited, at a rate of $19.64. This is an increase in the number of weekly hours by 5 to be charged to the wire department for additional administrative hours at the wire department, not to exceed 5 hours per week, which
She's already divvied up
she's
between,
20, I think she's
Highway
25,
and
25
transfer.
at highway, 5 at transfer, so that's 30, so this gets her to 35.
35.
So no longer doing anything in treasurer.
Yeah, correct. I don't think she has been for a while.
Have they had anybody over at the water department all this time? Or how have they covered this?
They used to use the administrative assistant in the highway department.
Oh, okay.
Right. It was 5 hours, wasn't it?
I believe so.
Aren't some hours in the treasurer's office also applied to the water department?
Only in indirect
Water
costs.
billing,
The billing.
Indirect costs.
right.
Okay.
So is this all according to protocol, that the water department can just create a position mid-year because they're an enterprise fund when some other department wouldn't be able to do that necessarily? Or can any department head do it? We just heard from another department head tonight that is choosing to do that, so long it's in their budget and they're not going,
I think that's the key, right? They're adding to the budget without increasing FTE count or benefits. So if they have to have the money in their budget somewhere in there to
Cover
do
this,
it.
right.
Yeah.
right.
We haven't budgeted for it, right? I mean, technically. Okay.
This one's a tough one. Only because of the fact that, okay, they're basically using the individual that's in the position that they've always utilized.
Yeah.
It would be a much tougher one, which I know they went down the road a couple of years ago and then didn't end up filling it, if they did this and then tried and then wanted to hire a different individual.
Well, they should be doing a PRF and advertising this position. They can't just handpick somebody, right?
Here's the point.
I'm trying to remember if they did a PRF for this.
No, this is the first time I've seen this.
For the water department.
Yeah.
This is the first, this is the first I've seen it.
Then it would have required, in my opinion, a PRF.
Well, yes, without knowing the history, though, much like the on-call station attendant at the transfer station, there is a PRF out there that's been approved for like 10 years that we're still working under because nothing has changed in its body.
And on the flip side, did they just decide to go back and utilize the individual that, or the position that they had
Had always used.
previously, but knew that, okay, That's additional hours on that individual that are not accounted on that individual's PCF.
That's what we have.
So if it's not under PCF, how does it happen when she puts in her payroll for 35 hours then?
She hasn't yet.
I know, but
That's
when
what
she
they're
does.
asking to do.
Yeah,
I
okay.
mean, normally,
Yeah,
what this would have been done was back in, the budget season or whatever, let's say there was no discontinuance of the use. When the highway superintendent would have hired this individual, the PRF duties would have been also, in addition to the transfer station, the water department. And when that original PCF was created, it would have been 25 hours highway, 5 hours transfer station, 5 hours water department.
right. Okay. Well, any thoughts?
I still think if you're creating a new position, you need to create a PRF and hire the way everybody else hires.
Well, I can't imagine hiring outside of an existing person within the town employ already. Who's
Right,
gonna,
and she's already doing the job.
who's gonna apply a
just
job?
Increasing her hours.
Yeah, who's gonna apply for a job for only 5 hours? I mean, you'd end up having to take somebody within a town department, I would think.
Well, volunteer coordinator of the senior center. I'm just saying, do we have a protocol for how this is supposed to happen? Or are people just filling out a form for the sake of like increasing and earmarking the hours for somebody? I just thought we had rules that we have to follow around when there are new positions.
Well, and I guess it sounds like, from what I'm hearing, they're not considering this a new position because they've always had the person from the highway department fill that position. They just had a gap now for whatever reason, right? For X numbers of months, which they haven't felt the need to fill the position over there apparently, or something. But they were using the person that used to be at the highway department to fill that need, from what I thought Ed said. That's been the shared person in the past. So it's not like it sounds like they're not thinking of it as a new position, but rather picking up.
Well, I think there's been a little bit of, they're outside the operating budget and just do things as they feel they need to. And I think we have to decide whether or not that's okay or not.
Okay. Well, we've asked, on a separate note, we've asked for a special meeting on the, with the water department.
And
We could-
finance.
We could take that up
Finance
whenever we
hasn't
meet them.
Okay.
We could hold this as well and ask them when we meet with them about that.
Yeah.
All right. So unless I hear otherwise, shall we table this
Sure.
so we get more information? And ask if they, just clarify if they should not do a PRF. I'm hearing two voices say yes, probably, at least. Okay,
So next we have a PRF for the health agent, part-time, non-benefited, 10 hours per week.
this is a replacement for Nicole, right?
Yes.
All right,
A job posting was submitted with the PRF,
okay.
with no changes from the previous one that was on file.
Okay,
This was approved and moved for finance and select board consideration.
okay. Any
So I have a
questions?
question, yeah. So it looks like required, so this tells me that the requirements of a health agent at a minimum are the soil evaluator certification and serve safe. Is that, do you know if that's true, Francine? That those are the minimum? That's not all that much, and I know Jerry already has serve safe, so, I'm just looking ahead, because I know they have a vendor. The question I had really was about the hours. So it says part-time, 10 hours per week. If I remember correctly, Nicole was being asked to go out to perk tests here, there, and everywhere. So this is not on call. This is strictly 10 hours per week. So it doesn't matter what hours It's non-benefited, so there's no expectation that it's any particular hours, correct?
Yeah, I'm trying to look
In
it
terms
up
of a
to see
regular
what the
schedule, you
state
mean?
has as,
Yeah.
In terms of a regular schedule, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I just, I mean,
Yeah.
I think one of the problems that she had was people would literally stop over at the farm and ask her to go out and do certain things. And so I want to be clear with any applicant that it's 10 regular hours per week, or it's 10 flex hours per week, or it's on-call hours. Because I certainly wouldn't want for 10 hours a week for anybody to think they have to be available 40, but they'll be expected to work 10. So if that's the case, I mean,
So it'd be establishing the actual hours when,
right.
She
I
would be
mean,
on duty.
It doesn't
She,
have
he
to
would
hold
be on
this up.
duty.
That was a question for Francine, I guess, to
Correct, yeah.
bring to them.
yeah.
Are we posting it accurately so that we're not gonna get people interested and then find out that the expectation is more availability than what they're saying?
Okay. All right, we may not have the answer to that, but
I'm,
are we,
I'm looking now, and, let me just see, no.
but I think we have the job posting that's clear in
Right,
terms
but
of,
just let me tell you, anytime I put anything in about a health agent, it's an application for a job.
yeah, so don't,
Because they're so short, is what I'm saying.
yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have a request for the PRF on this, right, to be able to post this. So we might just clarify one thing in terms of the wording as it gets finally posted, but we essentially have the
Yes.
wherewithal of the language that we need here. So could I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so be it. So we will just clarify what is meant by the hours and just have them maybe mention a
All right, they have a meeting
level
on
of a
Monday,
schedule. Yeah.
and so
Just maybe bring it up that
I'll clarify that.
we're just, that the posting is clear so that anybody who applies is not under a misconception of what the job entails. Okay, next we have a one-day beer and wine permit for Conant Park on October 22nd from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. For Rebecca Bassett from Easthampton. All the paperwork looks like it's here, and I can tell. Could I have a motion to approve, unless there's any questions?
So moved.
I'll second.
Joy moved, Francine second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so approved.
It's another out-of-town applicant.
Yep.
I wonder if Mark and Paul are aware of that. I mean, I'm not, it's just that we have,
Hope so, because they charge a higher fee.
I know, but it's not that much higher. And it's much less than Nonotuck, I'll tell you that. So I'm just wondering if they're kind of aware that almost all the applications are out-of-town
Right,
residents.
there's a lot of them, sure. Yep. Okay, Francine, how about warrants?
Okay, payroll warrant 23-11A for $416.70. Payroll deduction warrant 23-11A for $62.60. Payroll deduction warrant 23-7A for $154,519.32. Payroll warrant 23-9 for $304,288.29. Payroll deduction 23-9 for $50,075.52. And vendor warrant 23-10 for $56,569.72.
Okay. Anybody have any questions on the
I
warrants?
do.
I have a
Go
couple
ahead.
too.
I have a question on warrant P 23-9,
Yeah, me too.
the payroll warrant for 304,000 and change. So I don't want to mention names, but there's an individual on there that I believe is out right now. So I'm gonna take, we're self-funded for that coverage?
You gotta give me something.
Isn't, out of that list of 5 people, isn't that middle name on disability leave?
Are we on page 6?
No, page 9,
Page 9.
sorry, it's on the last, above the signature, page 9. Well,
total account number.
Did it?
right?
9 is,
Isn't that person out?
Yeah, so.
So my question is, the wages are being charged to the transfer station, but shouldn't we track that under a separate code so we know how much we actually spend on self-funded disability?
We do not have any separate codes set up, approved for budget.
Well, that's an oversight.
And I would not want to deficit spend at all.
Well,
good.
no, but you want to be, I mean, the whole purpose of self-funding is so you can run one quick report and say, hey, this is how much we spent, here's the premium, we're saving money, or we're actually spending twice what we would have if we were fully insured, right? If that exercise ever actually happens. I can bring it up to the cost efficiency committee.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've never had,
Seems like we've approved like 3 since I've been here.
yeah, but
18 months.
we've never had an issue with being able to identify those costs,
Okay,
yeah, associated with that.
I'm good.
Okay.
I have 3
But
questions.
I do see your point.
I have 3 questions. In and amongst the warrants is a piece of paper that said packet number 819, and it was a employee that received premium pay. It was,
Yes,
did people get that?
Yep.
And so the question is, was this person missed?
No, I believe that's a year-to-date. So if we go back to when we actually issued the premium pay,
Yeah.
Oh,
it was within, because it's under the year-to-date count.
why is it in here?
Well, that's a copy of their stub showing
Right.
what,
So I'm just wondering, why did we get this?
I believe that's to justify the taxes. It's the backup for the payroll taxes. For this one here.
what's the warrant number?
Yeah, we don't usually see these, but,
No.
This is also a special check. This person got missed off the whole payroll.
I think that was the issue.
I don't believe it was missed. I believe it was actually
The timesheet not submitted or,
lost check in that cash.
okay.
Okay, and then in the actual warrants, let me get to the one, I just had a question about the ARP funds.
What page?
I'm trying to get to it, hang on. Right, on warrant P23-9, and, well, it says page 8. There are 4 people listed as ARPA wages.
Right.
I know what the last person is, why that's there. Who are the other 3? What employees are they?
Are they not the new hires at the school?
Those are
yeah,
school, those are
yes,
school employees.
They are.
So is that the
All but
neurodiversity
one is,
program?
all but one is a school
Okay,
employee.
okay, so the neurodiversity, that's all I need to know. And the last question is, on the same page, further down, it says Conant Park Pavilion. And there's an individual that received $615.96. What is that for?
If they are emptying the trash or cleaning up and preparing the pavilion for the rentals, it's charged, that those persons' hours are charged to.
The Park Commission?
Parks,
Okay.
Park Commission,
All right.
correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And the 3 people that she mentioned here, under ARPA wages, that's how they're allocated on the school budget. This one.
Because it was funded by the neurodiversity
Correct.
program
Yes.
was
Yep,
funded by
yep.
the ARPA.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Very good. Next, I think we have a couple minutes to approve for May 18th and May 24th.
I'll make a motion to approve both sets of minutes, May 18th and May 24th.
Second.
22.
Okay, no typos, no nothing, okay,
All in favor?
okay. I actually did not see any, so all those in favor?
Wait a minute,
Aye.
I have a
Nope,
question.
You had a question, oh, hold on. A question?
On the first sets of minutes, no, the second one,
Uh-huh.
I just had a question about
May
where it
24th.
says Raquel's copy.
Should I excuse myself?
No?
No, well, I don't think you need to, because this is,
This is minutes, so you
Just
shouldn't
minutes.
have
Well,
to.
I don't know if they're gonna have discussion.
This is on the May 24th?
yeah, when it was,
What page?
when asked what the money would be used for, I'm on page 2 of 5 of the minutes. The page starts on the top with meeting due to members' work schedules.
Yeah.
When you talked about Mikkel's copy, at the bottom it says, Mr. Rizzo stated it would help him hire staff and increase hours of operation. I just don't entirely remember that that was the primary reason for the ARPA funds. Wasn't it to digitalize his menu and to provide?
Well, we had there was a lengthy discussion about it was going to be more treated as a reimbursement. So if that was the easiest thing, if you did the payroll, you show us payroll, and then you get back billed for it, or
And
Bring
I
the
do
proofs.
recall, I'm sorry, that it was to hire additional staff and increase the hours.
So that was what he,
That,
okay,
yes, that's what I
right,
recall.
that's all right, okay.
It was saying.
In addition to digitalizing the menu,
Right, the issue with
making outside seating.
the issue with that is he didn't have the quotes
Right.
for that. That was something he wanted to do, but he didn't have the documents, so therefore we didn't have a number in the file.
Okay, I just want to clarify that, thanks.
Yep, okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Did we have a second?
Yep, I did.
Yes.
All right, John seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, minutes are approved. Thank you. Anything under the pending items? Old Town Hall, Clearwater, Boundary, East Street tip proposal? Nothing new there, Ed, on pending items? I'm assuming?
Was there something on the tip proposal?
What's that?
Was there anything new on the tip proposal?
For East Street, the rest of East Street?
Yes, actually, they're working on that, and I wanted to get them in either in the October, November timeframe to do a presentation. But
Okay.
I know the next meeting, we have Ty and Bond scheduled to come back in and do an update on the sewer project, so maybe the second meeting in October.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Next select board meetings are October 11 and 25, and I think I will take a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, Francine seconded. We are adjourned at about 9:14, I'm sorry, 10:14.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, yes, we are adjourned.
This government meeting is brought to you by Eastworks and our local cable subscribers.